I wouldn't have to go over on this one, right? Is that what you're doing? Going down on the morning of the 11th then?
I think I'm going to 10th.
Call this meeting to order, February 3rd, 2026. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good morning, everyone. We do have a quorum present this morning with all 5 commissioners in attendance. Commissioners, if you've had a chance to review the agenda, there are no questions or changes. I'd entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Richards. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. It's going to bring us to the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda. If there's any members of the public that wishes to address the governing body, either online or in the audience, we limit this to 3 minutes and the floor is open. Good morning, Clerk Swinson.
Good morning, Chairman. Hold on, I gotta adjust this. It's new. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm just coming before you today. I'm trying to seek the public's help. Our Jamestown location that we have for our polling location is being vacated, and we've been looking out there for another place to hold our polling location for Jamestown. It does need to meet HAVA, or Help America Vote Act, ADA compliant. It has to meet those rules. So we've gone to a few places and so far they have not. And so if anyone knows of a location in Jamestown that we could secure for a polling location, that would be helpful. We do have to have that in place here shortly because I'll have to advertise and come before the board to have a polling location outside of the precinct if it comes to that. So I do have to get permission where we would just, for now, move people into the Green River Library, see which polling location is the closest for now till we can secure a location. We're also having the same struggle right now in Washam. We have reached out to the polling location and so far we have not had any contact back from them. We're still working on that, but it does help if sometimes the community knows and if they have a location that meets the ADA requirement, then we can secure that location. I know it sounds like it's far away, but it's right around the corner and we have to start advertising and all of this in April, so it has to be set in place before then. So I just wanted to reach out to the community to see if anyone has any ideas for those 2 polling locations.
Very good. I believe the one you've currently been using in Jamestown is relocating. Is that part of the reason for the
Yes, it's
vacancy?
it's relocating and the owner of the building is willing to let us use it, but that's because they're going to be moving in and out. We don't know when they're going to exactly be out. And then if it gets rented in the meantime, then we may be okay for August, but then I have to change polling locations for November. And sometimes for our constituents, it's just better to have the same place for both instead of trying to move it in the middle of a election cycle.
Very good. Any questions, commissioners?
Did you check the Anadarko office, that double-A trailer down the street?
We've gone out there. It has to meet the ADA. It has to have a separate room with a locked door. It has to have a certain percentage of which Anadarko might have those type of, even the parking spaces have to be a certain width and anything that we have has to have a ability for the ADA compliance to be done for our people. So if anyone just I'm just reaching out because somebody may own a building out there and they're like, oh, I have a building that we'd be able to secure. So everybody's been trying to be helpful out there. It's not that, it's just we need to have that set in stone shortly.
Or we have to make a different polling location or outside of
Yes.
the
Yes.
precinct. Any other questions or comments?
Defined shortly.
Well, everything starts getting advertised April. I have to be able to, for the commission. So I would hope by the end of this month, beginning of March.
Commissioner Jones? No? Okay. Sounds good. We'll
Thank
try and
you.
spread the word and if we hear anything, we'll let you know. But
All right. Thank you.
thanks very much. Still under county resident comments and concerns. If there's anyone else that would like to address the governing body. Last call. We'll go ahead and close the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda, and that's going to move us right along into tab A, which is the consent agenda. Under the consent agenda this morning, Commissioners, there are 8 items. First being the approval of the January 20th, 2026 meeting minutes. Second is the approval of the county vouchers, the warrants, expenditure approval listing, and the Commissioners report. Third is the approval of bonds. Fourth, the approval of the abates and rebates. Fifth is a letter of support investing in future workforce through the Sweetwater County School District Number 2 Wyoming Community Project funding request for high school work-based learning program. Sixth is a 2025-2026 memorandum of understanding between the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners and the Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. Seventh is a request to restaff a vacant position in the Human Resources Department. And lastly, item number 8 is a request to staff a treatment court case manager position. At this time, Commissioners, I would ask if there are any wishes to remove any items off the consent agenda for further discussion. Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. It's going to move us right along into Commissioner comments. And Commissioner Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Due to my other job, I have a very short bunch of comments, or small number of comments, I should say. So on the 21st, along with all of you, attended the groundbreaking for the new Castle Rock Ambulance Building. Excited to see progress, as it'll be nice to have a new facility. Be interesting to see the direction the ambulance service goes at the end of our contract with them. On the 26th, I attended the Pulse meeting and listened to some of our legislators report on topics such as education, funding, gambling, and information from Irene Richardson, the CEO of Memorial Hospital, Sweetwater County. She spoke to the needs of the hospital and how the hospital fits into our community. And that, Mr. Chairman, concludes my comments.
Well, I'm not ready yet.
I can keep talking.
Very good. Any questions or comments for Commissioner Jones's brief report? Busy times, I get it. Guess that means I'm up next. I also attended the groundbreaking ceremony for Castle Rock Ambulance and look forward to that improvement for the community. Had both of my monthly liaison duties, first being the Young at Heart Senior Center. They are currently in the process of moving some funds around and some different CDs to try and, I guess, gain a little more interest on some of their different accounts to help with their shortfalls in funding. They did receive an anonymous donation of $150,000, pretty significant for their operation and some of the ongoing financial struggles. So we aren't aware of who it came from, but that's pretty remarkable and certainly appreciated for their operation. And they're currently going through all of their policy and procedures and updating those. As many of you have gone through those processes in the past, you know, they're not exactly exciting, but sounds like it's been a while since those have been visited. So they are busy making way in that and looking into other options for fundraising for the organization. Sweetwater Events Complex was that same evening. They had they welcomed their newest board member that we appointed, Dawn Atkinson, to her first meeting. And then it hosted their election of officers, and Tommy Toman has taken over as chairman of that board, which was kind of a dirty move. He wasn't in attendance when he was elected there, but he graciously accepted when he showed up a little bit later in the meeting. I'm sure you've seen the press release. They were awarded the America 250 Semi-Cinquentennial grant for their silo project. And so they're looking forward to beginning that. Of course, with government, everything moves incredibly slow, and so they are not allowed to begin that process until the contract is completed, which is anticipated to take 4 to 6 weeks. So that puts a little pressure on them in trying to get that project completed by obviously July 4th. So we'll see where that heads, but congratulations to them on their application. They are continuing work and preparations for the fair and have a few different ideas that they'll be rolling out with that. They're in the final stages of their Aspen Hall renovation, which is formerly known as the Sheep Barn. Little in-house remodel project that Candy says is going to be a very nice addition for the community. So look forward to seeing that. Candy will be presenting the 2025 annual report to us, I think, at our next meeting. If not, I'm pretty sure it's at our next meeting. So that'll cover a lot of the other happenings going on with the events complex. Outside of that, we've got the Public Works report. All three of the library projects are in the contract closeout phase, which is basically the O&Ms and warranty documentation. Same with the Southwest Counseling's 4 projects. And in regards to the HVAC project at the detention center, they're in the punch list and closeout document phase as well. Still having an issue with the generator at the combined public works facility. As you might recall, they had a delay in the process with that. There was a recall on the ejectors inside that generator, and so they continue to have a little bit of delay in that, but they're working through it. They've also been, I guess, experiencing increased work orders with taking on some of the Southwest Counseling maintenance items and are familiarizing themselves with the buildings over there. It seems like that communication is working well. As for the other departments, particularly road and bridge, it's kind of unique in that they're actually hauling water to blade some of the roads right now, given the lack of moisture. But crews are remaining busy and doing other more or less spring and fall work that we're typically used to, while taking advantage of, I guess, this lack of weather. So continuing on with that, outside of that, commissioners, I don't have a whole lot else to report. We've got the legislative session next week and look forward to attending those along with the WCCA meetings. I would stand for any questions. Commissioner Slaughter, the floor is yours, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. First, like to wish everybody happy day after Groundhog Day. And let everyone know that Punxsutawney did see a shadow, and therefore we will have 6 more weeks just like this. So I'm not sure what that means, but thought that was interesting. On the 21st, I attended, along with all of you, the groundbreaking ceremony for the Castle Rock Ambulance Building being constructed on Gateway Boulevard. The architect handed out flyers giving an indication of the layout and design of the building. The location should be a good fit for their needs and should help them to better serve the public. That night, I attended the regular monthly meeting of the County Museum Board. Only 3 members were able to attend, so discussion was limited. Jane Miter has joined the staff as curator. Director Mead reported that Jane has had an immediate impact in several ways, but that her work on inventorying assets has been tremendous. Laura has been working on the concept of a 250th celebration exhibit and also on a 90th anniversary concept for the Rock Springs Chamber. They continue working on general policy issues, the airport exhibit, and their website. They're planning a full-day workshop for February 23rd, which I will try and attend. They have started planning for the history fair that will be held May 18th through the 22nd. They would like to work on a 250th year exhibit and have had several ideas about using the county courthouse. I told them I would present the idea at this meeting, and I look forward to having some conversation with you about what some of their ideas are on that. On the 28th, I participated in a sublet antelope, and now I know after our meeting yesterday, they are not antelope, they're pronghorn, but after 65 years of hunting antelope, they will always be antelope to me. We had a corridor pre-meeting. The call was organized by Sarah Dorenzo, Deputy Policy Director for the Governor's Office. The meeting was held to introduce members of the Governor's Work Study Group and frequent them with materials that will be the basis of the work study group. Governor's Executive Order 2020-1, the Governor's Charge, and the Wyoming Game and Fish Department Biological Risk Assessment. The group is comprised of 1 commissioner from each of the affected counties. Those are Sweetwater, Teton, Lincoln, and Sublette, 2 industry reps, 2 agricultural reps, 2 conservation, wildlife, and hunting reps, and 1 outdoor motorized vehicle rep, for a total of 11 people on that group. It was good to meet the individuals that I will be working with. On the 29th, I met with Land Use Director Eric Bingham to discuss concerns on the language amendments dealing with short-term rentals. His department is currently working on amendments to that. On the 31st through the 1st, I spent most of the weekend studying material for the working group. Governor Gordon has asked that I chair the work study group, so I wanted to get a head start on the preparation for the first meeting. Materials that we will be working from include the governor's executive order, the governor's charge, and game and fish materials, including the video of the last Wyoming Game and Fish Department Commission meeting, public comments from that meeting, a herd overview of the sublet herd, Migration 101, a migration corridor designation process review, and a section on migration corridors and permitting. On the 2nd, I conducted the first meeting of the Sublet Antelope Migration Work Study Group. The meeting was held in Pinedale, and all group members were in attendance, along with Governor Gordon, Governor's office staff members, several game and fish personnel, and many members of the public. The stated goals for the meeting were to review Governor Gordon's expectations for this working group and to gain understanding of the sublet antelope herd and migratory behavior. After a full day, I think I can say we accomplished those goals. With the delay for the legislative session, we agreed that our next meeting will be held March 23rd at a place to be determined. I think we have an excellent working group. This is going to be a very intensive process to draft a recommendation to either support designation of the corridor or to give other recommendations to the governor. He has asked us to have a pretty short-term solution to this. He wants something by the end of the spring. So with the delay for the legislative session, it's going to give us a pretty compressed schedule to meet the request. The rest of this week will be busy with meetings each day, along with preparation for next Monday's Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board meeting. Next Monday will be the day from hell, with meetings for the Opioid Committee, the Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board, the Star Board regular monthly meeting, and the quarterly tripartite meeting that night. Mariella and I will be attending the Memorial Hospital Red Tie Gala Saturday night. We'll all be traveling to Cheyenne for the Wyoming County Commissioners' winter legislative meetings the following week. This year has definitely gotten off to a bang. And I would like to say on Sunday, I hope to sit down in the afternoon, eat way more than what my diet should allow, and enjoy what hopefully will be a really good football game. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Congratulations, Chairman Slaughter. It's a short timeline for you to gather all that info with traveling counties and everything else. So appreciate you stepping up for that. I'm sure exciting, but also a little bit overwhelming based off your comments.
Thank you. It's been quite a cram session. I haven't had a session like this since college, trying to cram for this type of presentation. So
Anything we can do to help assist, by all means.
I will definitely be using all of you, I'm sure, at some point during the process. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
So it's a work group and not a task force.
It is a work group.
Good call.
Interestingly, we did talk a little bit at the end of the meeting yesterday about how we will present to the governor. And the current thought is that we will do it through a consensus. So it will be interesting to see how this process works.
Any other further questions or comments for Commissioner Slaughter's report?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Richards?
Commissioner Slaughter, I would just point out that the Wyoming game and fish regulations call them antelope, not pronghorn. So
That is true. And it was brought up by one of the personnel from Game and Fish that the legislature could at any time draft a bill to give them the correct designation. So
Any other comments? Commissioner Tillman, the floor is yours.
Well, congratulations, Commissioner Slaughter. I did the mule deer migration corridor work group, so, but I didn't have to be chairman, so it was much easier. On the 20th, I attended the library board meeting at the Green River County Library. Becky Iwan, County Library Youth Services Manager, gave an update on the program she oversees. The library card and lending policy review update was provided by Lindsay Travis, the director. Circulation numbers are holding steady. Next meeting is February 17th at 6 p.m. at the Rock Springs Library, and I think they're looking forward to being able to use the meeting rooms in all of the libraries soon. On the 21st, I did attend the ambulance barn groundbreaking ceremony, and that was attended by quite a few people. So very good. We're excited to see that moving forward. On the 22nd, there was a coalition of local governments meeting in Lyman, which neither Slaughter nor I were able to attend, but it looks from the agenda as though it's the usual topics. So we'll catch up next time on that. The 24th, I attended the Museum Foundation dinner at Santa Fe. It was a volunteer appreciation dinner, and there were over 45 people in attendance. Randy Walker approached me about turning the road and bridge facility in Green River back to the city so the museum could use those facilities. On the 26th, I attended the Sweetwater County Combined Communications Joint Powers Board meeting at the Sheriff's Training Room. They're on track with their budget as reported by Accountant Varley. Sheriff Grossnickel was reelected chairman, Clark Allwood as vice chairman, Jeannie Demas as secretary, and they reelected Mara Sore treasurer. Rock Springs and Green River police radios have been reprogrammed. 25-year employee and two 17-year employees were recognized for their service. So congratulations, and I'm sorry I didn't catch their names, but thank you for your service. The Wilkins Peak lease was renewed with LR Communications. Call volume has decreased, but as board member Cindy Johnson pointed out, so has the county population declined. But costs continue to escalate. A resolution for E911 surcharge support was passed. And Commissioner Richards and I will be reviewing the draft MOU and talking to the cities. On the 26th, I participated in a phone-in interview with Selena Garassi from the UW School of Energy. She was doing a survey for the U.S. Department of Energy regarding a study about regulations and perceptions related to CO2 pipelines in our county. I referred her to County Planner Bingham for answers to some of the county zoning regulations. On the 26th, I did attend the Pulse legislative session, very informative, so I won't repeat that. On the 24th, I already talked about the museum dinner. Whoops. On the 29th, Golden Hour Senior Center meeting at 9 a.m., new time for their board meetings. Let's see. The board agreed to invest $10,000 of their general fund dollars in Wyoming class, hoping to increase the earnings over the CDs, although it didn't seem that it was much more than what they're currently getting on their CDs. So Commissioner Slaughter, so maybe our message, trying some Wyoming class investment, maybe they're getting brave enough to try it now. Fundraising is going on to provide funding for asbestos removal in the conference room wall that is to be removed. Marcia Driggs will also be seeking funding from the Wyoming Community Foundation to try to update the front doors. Upcoming county public comment periods, overweight limit on county roads, proposed rules and fees. Comments are due the 20th of February with the final on March 3rd. New rules and changes on short-term rentals from being illegal now and not authorized to now having some proposed rules. But it looks like maybe they are going to bring it to the commission on the 17th and maybe send it back to P&Z based on the comments. February 6th is the legislative dinner, 6 p.m. Holiday Inn. February 4th, tomorrow morning I'll be involved in the Southwest Counseling Service Focus Group. Eden Valley Town Hall is the 5th at 6 p.m. It's Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Eden Valley Community Center. And they did invite all of the commissioners. So I hope you know that you're invited. And if you can let me know if any of you can attend, that would be great. Some legislators have been invited and are attending. And next week, February 11th to 13th, we will head to Cheyenne for the Wyoming Association of County Commissioners legislative session. And I did circle back to all of our federal agencies and told them it looked like April 7th would be the best date for their update to the commission. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any questions or comments for Commissioner Tillman's report?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Tillman, what was the date on that Farson?
It's Thursday,
5th.
the 5th. Somehow I left that out of my report. And they will provide, I think it's soup or something for supper,
What time is that?
6 p.m. at the community center.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say to follow up on your public comment for the short-term rentals, we've received quite a few emails, particularly from residents in the Washam area. And it looks as though perhaps some changes should be made there. So I believe staff will be presenting at the next meeting, but there's more than likely going to be a recommendation to kick it back and make some revisions and start the process over. So appreciate those reaching out. That is the purpose of the public comment. And sometimes we get beat up for bringing that out and everyone wondering what we're doing up here, but that's the point, is to allow you to chime in and express what you do or don't like so that we can get it right, or as right as we possibly can. So certainly appreciate those for reaching out and expressing their concerns. Any other comments for Commissioner Tillman? Commissioner Richards, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me this time? Good morning, Commissioners. On January 21st, I started the morning out at the airport for their monthly board meeting. They shared a lot of great numbers, but Director Brubaker is going to be here visiting with us later today, so I won't spoil his presentation. Later that afternoon, like all of you, I attended the groundbreaking ceremony for Castle Rock Ambulance Services' new ambulance barn on Gateway Boulevard over in Rock Springs. I want to say how much I appreciate how far we've come in our relationship with the Castle Rock Hospital District in the 3 years that I've been on this commission. I know we really got off to a rocky start, but I think we worked really hard to open the lines of communication with them. And I want to commend their board and staff for being responsive to what we and the public had to say. And I'm glad we've been able to develop such a solid working relationship with them. And it can only continue to benefit the people of Sweetwater County. Following that, I attended a steering committee meeting for the Sweetwater County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative. Say that 3 times really fast. Then on that evening, I also attended the monthly board meeting for Southwest Counseling Service. They have publicly posted the job listing in their search for a new director and are also in the process of applying for their state grant, something they will be here discussing later today. Typically, they wouldn't bring individual grants in front of us, but this is the grant that provides a bulk of their funding, and it's something that we had expressed previous interest in having them bring before us. As you know, they've been really struggling with revenues, and their cash on hand has been very low for the last few months, dropping as low as 19 days in November. But as of the meeting day in January, they've received some significant reimbursements, helping them get caught up and bringing their cash on hand up to 41 days. Additionally, they've contracted with Third Horizon to do their comprehensive community needs assessment under the requirements of their CCBHC grant. You should also have received emails inviting you to participate in the survey, so I encourage you to look for it in your inbox and participate. On the 23rd, I remotely attended a Wyoming County Commissioners Association Energy and Public Lands Committee meeting to discuss the U.S. Forest Service's draft EA for post-fire recovery actions on National Forest System lands. I still continue to see this talking point repeated ad nauseum by many legislators that their constituents don't want their tax dollars used to fund lobbying by commissioners. Most recently, that discussion popped up at a town hall in the northern part of the state. I just have to reiterate that communicating county needs to all other levels of government is our job. And being a member of an organization like WCCA gives us access to resources and expertise that we simply wouldn't have on our own. Without their coordination, Wyoming counties, let alone Sweetwater County, would be left in the dust when it comes to responding to these Federal Register items. I don't consider it lobbying. I consider it intergovernmental communication, and it's part of our job, especially considering that we are legally defined as cooperators, something that legislators are not. On the 24th, I spent the evening attending the Carries Access Awards banquet and fundraiser. Carries is always a fantastic event and does a lot of good for our community. On the 27th, I spent most of the day at a Wyoming Business Council facilitated meeting to most importantly recognize and define the roadblocks in Sweetwater County that industry faces in obtaining available and affordable electrical service, and then trying to identify options for addressing the problem. It was a good discussion attended by a diverse group of people, including Representative Heiner, Treasurer Cowan, Mayor Mickelson, as well as representatives from Rocky Mountain Power, the Wyoming Energy Authority, Public Service Commission, industry, and more. Several action items were identified, and work on the subject is going to continue through an ad hoc power coalition. I want to thank Treasurer Cowan especially for his hard work on the topic in his role as chairman of the Sweetwater County Economic Development Coalition, and for making sure that Sweetwater County's economic future continues to be at the forefront of our attention. That afternoon, I also attended the quarterly Air Quality Advisory Board meeting. Nothing of real note from there. We addressed some proposed R38 rulemaking to keep Wyoming compliant with federal rules and preserve its primacy. On the 31st, I volunteered as a judge for the chili cook-off at Western Wyoming Community College. I think I scored about 15 different red chilies. It was incredibly difficult to score them because they were all fantastic, but I think I've had my fill of chili for a minute because it took me most of the rest of the weekend to recover. Throughout all of it, I continue to participate in the High Performance Leadership Academy, which is taking pretty much all of my spare time. I'm currently in the 5th week of the program, so I'm almost halfway through. It's been a whirlwind of information and learning, but I think it's been well worth my time so far. Anything that helps me do this job better is worth doing. Intermixed with all of that, I responded to a bunch of constituent contacts, mostly opposed to the proposed rule changes for short-term rentals. I can't tell you how much, as the chairman mentioned, I appreciate hearing from constituents during a public comment period. Way too often we end up making decisions after no one comments and then getting thrashed for those decisions afterward. Rest of Sweetwater County can take a lesson from the people out in Washington and McKinnon on how to get involved with their own future. So thank all of you out there that made comments and reached out to make sure your voices were heard. One piece of news that you might be interested in is that all of the coroner's historic physical records are now out of Coroner Mahanovich's house and are now stored on county property. Most of those files have been scanned now, with that work wrapping up probably in the next 2 weeks, making those records completely searchable by the coroner and his staff. It has been a long process, and I'm sure Dale is happy to have finally reclaimed some space in his house. Looking forward, this afternoon, I'll attend a legislative budget session preview hosted by the Wyoming Economic Development Association and the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. Tomorrow morning, I will attend a focus group hosted by Third Horizon for Southwest Counseling's Community Needs Assessment, followed by a meeting with the Power Coalition that developed from the WBC workshop. And then I am meeting with a University of Wyoming student researcher to discuss nuclear development in Wyoming. On Thursday morning, I'll attend the Rock Springs Chambers Enterprise Committee meeting at the hospital. On Friday, we'll have our first Friday's Federal Partners meeting at the Rock Springs Chamber. Hopefully some federal partners can attend this time. We have a lot of catching up to do. And on Friday evening, I plan to attend a legislative forum hosted by Americans for Prosperity. And that leads me to mention one other thing that's been on my mind. In addition to attending forums hosted by various organizations, in recent weeks, I've also been photographed visiting with multiple gubernatorial candidates, which has led to some speculation. And I think this is probably true of many other elected officials. I just want to share that meeting with people doesn't imply endorsing them or being in their camp. I've been involved in politics for a very long time, and I get invited to meet a lot of candidates and attend a lot of forums and events. I consider it my duty as a voter to do my due diligence and learn as much about the candidates and issues as possible. I will continue to do that, and the only thing people should take away from that is I care enough to be very careful with my vote. On Saturday the 7th, I plan to attend the Memorial Hospital Foundation's Red Tie Gala. That is always a fantastic event, and of course, supporting our hospital is a great cause. I want to share a small piece of news that makes me extremely proud, and that is that my son, Jay Island Richards, he is not a junior, by the way, has been chosen to serve on the Memorial Hospital Foundation board. You might remember Island as being a member of the first cohort of the Rock Springs Chambers Boost Academy when they visited us a couple years ago. So a proud dad moment for me. Congratulations, son. Next week, I have an SEDC meeting on Tuesday, and following that, I'll head to Cheyenne, where I'll be attending the WCCA Legislative Conference with all of you, which will take up the rest of that week. Finally, I want to note the passing of a pillar of our community, and that was Bud Nelson. Ever since I can remember, Bud and his friends came into our store out north of Rock Springs after their round of golf and grabbed coffee and soda. For a lot of years, I only knew him as coach because that was what my dad always called him. He had an outsized impact on Rock Springs and Sweetwater County as a teacher, a coach, and also serving as a representative for House District 48, serving on the Judiciary Management Audit, Transportation, Highways, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee, and as well as the Select Water Committee over the years. Bud will be missed by everyone whose lives he touched over the 60-plus years he called Sweetwater County home, and I want to offer my sincere condolences to Scott and the rest of his family for their loss. Rest in peace, Coach. That's my 2 days of work for this month, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate the report. Well said on Mr. Nelson. Congratulations to Jay Island as well. Tell him to be careful. This is where it all starts. So proud dad moment for sure. Any questions or comments for Commissioner Richards' report?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Slaughter.
Just once again, a congratulations on the proud dad moment. You don't get enough of those in life, so relish those that we do get. Appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments? That concludes the commissioner comments. Job well done, commissioners. As always, busy few weeks there. Our next agenda item is running behind. I'm gonna go a little off script here because last time I didn't allow him to speak. I was given the cold shoulder for about 3 months, but we do have Senator Kolb in attendance. Would you like to speak we're past public comment, but we have some time here before our next agenda item if you'd like to say some final words before you head east. Good morning, Senator.
Morning. Morning, Chairman, members of the Board of County Commissioners. Yeah, final words, huh? I hope it's not final words. Yeah, I do. I came by just a little bit late, obviously, but to stop in to hear what the commission had to say before session starts. I think there's a lot of, different ways we all look at this, like, well, what's going to happen, or what do you think, or where's it going? I can tell you I've come up with this. First, I'll just make this as a blanket statement, is you never know what's going to happen. There's literally hundreds of bills that don't go anywhere, that don't do anything, don't mean anything. This is a budget session. There may be some things, local control for gaming is probably the one single thing I wish that this session would happen. I don't know if it's going to happen, but that's probably one thing at the top of the list. There's many things, but that happens to be one thing we worked on all summer. And it will give the Board of County Commissioners the ability to deny future gaming permits, which you don't have right now. When I sat in your spot, I was told by a judge that I had to sign a document under penalty of not signing it. So the only one I ever signed in my life, and there's a little caveat next to it, that I was forced to. And I didn't like that much. I didn't think it was right. But here we are today, and we have some legislation that's been worked on all summer, worked on prior to that even, but it'll give back local control and give you an ability to deny future gaming licenses because you think it's not in the best interest of the county which you represent, it's more complicated than that, but that in essence is what it does, which is a tool in your toolbox if you decide to use it. But let's talk about what's really going on. It's the budget. Really, this year is the year I kind of categorize it as a race to the bottom. Race to the bottom with taxes, a race to the bottom with services. Now, overarching thought with me is that, yeah, government does tend to always get bigger than it needs to be. That's the essence of what government does. However, there are some things that we have to be careful of, which you're cognizant of, all of the services that are associated with said taxation, is it too much? Is it too little? The counties have the ability to lower the mill levy if they so wish, and so do special districts. I'm personally appalled that we as apparently such super smart folks, which I never considered myself to be one of those, is going to make a decision for a special district. special district that voted for a tax base, that voted for a tax, and all of a sudden we're going to say, no, you can take half of that. Well, where the heck do we get off saying that? I mean, I'll just say that as a general observation. And that's probably going to be one of the points I'll make during session, is that it's inappropriate. Those folks can lower their tax if they want to. We shouldn't have a say-so in this. And in the meantime, I might add, we're slitting our own throats when it comes to funding public education, because the majority of your property taxes goes, in fact, to fund public education. So we're just changing the tax burden, basically, in a lot of ways that I find not very representative of our system, you know. So I think that's a problem. So I'll just say that all these bills that are coming up, all these, I'll just call them insane bills, ranging from chemtrails in the skies, which they can't identify, which I did look at the bills coming out of ag, which I don't sit on ag anymore, but I was on there. And there's only one, you know, there's only really one person on there that seems to have any whiff of sanity. There's numerous ones. I mean, it's you might as well call it the you know, the chemtrail session when it comes to what ag has decided to do, which they can't even identify the chemical, said chemical. And I read the resolution, which is the most nonsensically written piece of document I've ever read. It makes very little sense to me, but those are kind of some things that are hopefully going to croak on introduction, and they don't get 2/3, or at least they won't get 2/3 in the Senate. I would, you know, I know the folks in Sweetwater, the majority of us aren't going to be supportive of that kind of bill introduction. But as a whole, as a Board of County Commissioners, I guess I'd like to hear from my county commissioners in my county what you all think about your priorities, just, you know, however you wish to say it, or what you want me to bring to the legislative session, because I do represent part of this county, not as much as you do, but I find it's important to me to know where you're at as a Board of County Commissioners. So when I do my work, I can keep that in the back of my head while I'm speaking about these issues, which I couldn't possibly expound upon until I see them in front of me for introduction. But just what do you think? Where is this Board of County Commissioners at? And I also would like to give a compliment. You guys, ladies, look professional. This county has gone through a time where the Board of County Commissioners didn't look like it when I was on there. But I'm proud to say this board looks like a professional group of people doing the people's business. And I just thought that when I was sitting in the audience looking at you up here. And thank you for doing that. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for representing the people the way you're representing them. I appreciate it.
Well, thanks, Senator Cole. We appreciate you coming over, and I certainly appreciate your work as well, and for your continued lines of communication, especially during the session. It definitely does not go unnoticed. I want to go back real quick just to the gaming, because you started with that, but is there any discussion about the percentage that comes back to the cities and towns? So right now, you know, out of a $2 billion industry, we get 1% of that, you know, and you've got all these different, you know, horse racing companies that are just making an absolute killing, and, you know, rightfully so. But has there been any discussions? I think initially when it started, no one expected it to grow to what it is today, which is, you know, going back to some of the conversations that you're having in regards to, you know, more local control. But on a revenue, you know, basis, 1% out of that just seems like it's crazy to me. I mean, are those discussions taking place?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. The answer to your question is absolutely. I sit as chairman on the Senate side for the gaming task force, that group that was working all summer with the House. And I made the decision, I'll just say it that way. It's that simple, that we had to focus our attention on priorities, right? Because you're right. In the big picture, the gaming industry has exploded in the state of Wyoming. I mean, it started off as nothing really until we found a loophole to legalize gambling in the state of Wyoming constitutionally, right? That's kind of the background. But to answer your question more directly, yes, there's many facets to this on how this breaks down on different kinds of gaming activities like historical horse racing, skill games. They've got a name for everything here, all these different places, and they all have different rules. God help us. We couldn't possibly have had one set of rules that we followed, right, through all these activities. Oh, no, no, no. It's the Heinz 57 mix. It's got everything in it. So directly to your question is, yes, the first question was, and of course, I wasn't focusing on the local distribution side of it, but it goes part and parcel with the question about what the state revenue is that then gets distributed down to you. Is that appropriate, right? And there's other mixes to it. I'll just tell you, there's the amount of money that goes to the purses for historical horse racing. So historical horse racing, the purses, the purse money comes from that, and it's a non-fixed number. Just to give you one example of how screwy these percentages are, or how they're not set at all. So I guess on the one hand, at least you get a set percentage. On the other hand, yeah, it has to be reevaluated. I think that the balance is number one, I don't want to make all these people go out of business. That's not my goal. My goal is to be fair to the state, fair to local governments in how this money is distributed. You're right. That's one issue. There's other issues called breakage, which is this rounding error that they pocket the gaming industry. It's over $750,000 that they actually take in the rounding error. So that's another area that money needs to be either pulled into the state, a percentage of it, whatever we can negotiate that, half or at least half. And we're not doing that. It just kind of slipped under the table, or as time went by, nobody realized what was going on. But so we're going to do that, Chairman. This year was about a hierarchy of control, and then there's sub issues about money laundering and other gaming activities that are basically professional gaming activities that we're trying to control, to limit it. No one's trying to limit your game that you might have at your house for, poker when your relatives come over for Thanksgiving. I mean, that's the extreme side of it. The other side of it is people are professionally gambling with entry fees, with buy-in fees at bars or whatever venue they're at, and running games, quote unquote games. They were at the top of the list for trying to handle that first, that level of illegal activity. But certainly in the upcoming years, we need to address those. Now, the gaming task force is like a yearly operation. It's not a standing committee. Frankly, I think it's come to the point in the state of Wyoming, because the gaming activity is a multi-billion-dollar industry, that they need to have a separate committee that just deals with this, whether it be me or someone else. It needs its own committee, because the specificity and all the information about what the gaming industry is a lot. So if you got a committee that's already doing work, they don't have the bandwidth. That's why all these bills that they had, I mean, there's many, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 of them have all failed, of trying to control, rein in, manage gaming. So the long-term prospect is yes, we continue to address this and chisel away at it and get to your question is really 1% fair? Really, that's the big question. And that needs to be answered, and deservedly so, because I could argue, I don't think it's very fair. I think there's an issue here, because there's a consequence to society for gaming. So we're working on it, I guess, is what I can say. It sounds like a political answer, doesn't it? Just trust me. We'll get there. But to that respect, it's a known issue. Just like many other things are known, but it was chosen to get something done, Mr. Chairman. Instead of just going, I'm mad at 100 different things, or I think 100 different things need to be addressed, focus in on a few things, get those addressed, and move on.
Sure. Appreciate that. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Richards?
Senator Cole, thanks for visiting with us. I appreciate the engagement and the work that you do. I guess the message I'd like to see carried back to Cheyenne is that counties are a political subdivision of the state. And most of what we do is guided by statute, which comes from your body. And as you debate the revenue streams that counties are going to have in the future to do their business, I would just encourage you to encourage your peers to keep the definition of what they want us to do in mind. If you're going to take away our revenue streams, we'll deal with that. Sky's not falling, but we would sure like to hear guidance from the legislature on what priorities they'd like us to be taking on. Mental health is one of those priorities. You didn't come in before my commissioner comments, but our mental health organization has been operating at sometimes below 20 days cash on hand. Behavioral health redesign, I think, had good intent, but it sure put some serious financial constraints on that organization's ability to operate. And I think it needs a longer, harder look at how it operates. And I think as they talk about additional 25% or 50% cuts to some of our revenue streams, that whole conversation has to be there. It can't just be, hey, we're going to save people money. Well, and I don't feel like I'm trying to put you on the spot, because I know how you feel about these things. You've made it clear, but I think that's the message. Please tell your peers that we're not doing this in a vacuum. When that money gets taken away, we have to make some hard decisions, and we can make some discretionary cuts, but we're very, very quickly getting into non-discretionary funding that we're going to have to start cutting, and that's going to be hard on the community. Not trying to say the sky's falling. I'm just saying there's going to be hard choices going to be made.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Richards, well, thanks for that comment. On the issue of mental health and public health, that's going to be scrutinized. I can tell you that's a huge budget. I mean, a massive budget item, and that's going to be reviewed. And I would expect some cuts are going to come to that. I agree with you that we got to be cognizant of what we're doing. However, Senator Cole was not the only senator in there, and there's lots of folks with other opinions, and sometimes it's very difficult to speak to people that frankly don't have the capacity to understand. I mean, it's pretty black and white, which is an easy way to live, right? It's black and white. Life isn't black and white, it's gray. So what do we do? That's the bigger question that has to be dealt with as it comes in front of you. I will always represent what I hear from the Board of County Commissioners, mostly because I spent, more time being a commissioner than a senator. I'll tell you that right now. So obviously I have a background in that, but you did bring up, probably this goes maybe to the whole board, the question, when you started talking, Commissioner Richards, it just kind of dawned on me, backfilling the cuts that, the state's proposing, at least has proposed for property taxes. And I'd like to, in balance, what that really means, right? I mean, I think most of you commissioners here understand what that means, right? What the realities are, the dynamics in the Senate, where you got in my opinion, the poorest counties who've got, frankly, the most radical folks coming from those poorest counties wanting to whack property taxes and having no property tax. And then on the same breath, I want you to backfill my choice. Well, what do you mean? If you want it, you eat it. It's your choice, right? Don't ask me then to backfill this choice and basically slit our throats further at the state level because of the issue with K through 12 funding for education. So just a broad question on back funding. Basically, when we cut something, what's your opinion about back funding? I mean, where are you at? I don't know. Maybe you hadn't thought about this a whole lot, but it is a question that comes up, and it's going to be a topic, and just a strategy on how you do it. Because in some instances, I am sympathetic towards that. But in other instances, like I just gave you an example, I have zero sympathy for the ones who want it and then want us to give them the money back. It's like, wait a moment. If you want to do this, you take it. It's not fair. You know, I'm not the one asking for a property tax cut. I'm not the one up there, you know, saying that it has to go to 0 or 50. 50% is terrible. And that's coming up on a constitutional amendment in this next election cycle. And I think the reality is we're going to have to deal with that. I think it's going to pass. My current opinion is it will pass. And then when it passes, then what in the heck do we do? So getting back to the backfilling question, Mr. Chairman, as a general question, any thoughts or?
Yeah, and we're falling a little bit behind. I see Josh is logged on, our next presenter here, but we had that position a year ago, Senator, and I believe, you know, obviously we supported a backfill, but it was very obvious that was not going to be the case. And I know that in the year previous, some of the legislation had some, you know, aspects of backfill, but when it came to the 25%, I would assume the 50%, there is an absolutely not going to happen kind of feeling out there. And, you know, our position isn't that we're necessarily against some form of property tax relief, but at what point does it become too much? And you're very aware of the special districts, the improvement and service districts. Obviously, you know, the schools rely heavily on that. And so how do we make up that difference? And there's been legislation in regards to eliminating residential property tax and then increasing sales tax. Well, obviously, property tax comes 100% to local government. Sales tax is going to take some of that and give it back to the state coffers. Is that enough, you know, for those smaller communities that you speak to that don't generate any sales tax? You know, I mean, it's a very complex system that should be very well thought out and debated and not just rushed in there as a means of cutting taxes. And so, you know, we're open to those conversations, but we're usually not included in them.
Thank you for that comment. The issue about the property tax question in general, I think it is the problem we have is there's a lot of unknowns. We don't know what's going to happen with that 50% property tax initiative, right? I will tell you, this is how well thought out we are at times. There's no repealers. In other words, all those other current property tax relief programs we have, there's not a repealer out there that says, if this passes, then these are repealed. So right now they'll stack, which is just really poor foresight in what has to be dealt with. We're going to deal with it in the Senate. I can't speak for the House, but we're going to have to get a package of repealers out there that takes care of the possibility that the 50% property tax reduction does happen. And when it does happen, then all the question is, what do we do with these other deductions? Because there's a whole slew of them that are out there. And we have to be prepared in a responsible way to do that, because we write law and that's wrong. We got to live with it. I mean, so there's the reality. The repealer is probably top on the list, which of course none of the bigger brain folks figured out. And here we sit going into a legislative session without any committee coming up with a repealer list that should have been talked about before. I mean, there's so many things, commissioners, that, you know, could happen, might happen. It's just impossible. It's too random. But I think from my viewpoint, communication is key. You know, and that's not to say I'll always agree or I always disagree with somebody, but I need to have information. I need to have current information of where everybody's at, have a point person who would then communicate with me if that's how you want to do it. That's great. I think that's our best form of government.
Need to wrap this up, but anyone else have any comments? Commissioner Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, just very briefly, because of our time constraints, I think the summation that was just held answered the questions that I had down here. But I think the one key, and you just once again phrased it, Senator, is we really believe that we need to have input. And there are a lot of times it seems as if there are things that are going on. We have some representatives that don't allow us the opportunity to have input. You have been really good with respect to that, but it's something that we try and convey to all of our legislative officials, we really need to have that open line of conversation with them so that we have input on these local issues and how they affect us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Spellman.
I think you need to beef up the boot camp for new legislators. They don't seem to understand what their role is. So I would put that request in. Secondly, the Joint Communications Center, if you could support a move from 75 cents to $3, that would help meet our $5 million budget for that Joint Communications Center. It does not come out of the Wyoming State's money. It's a charge that goes on the phone bill. So I just throw that one out at you. I know they're working on a national one for E911, but I'm not sure that's going to help us. And you're invited to Farson. All the small districts up there are having a town hall meeting on Thursday at 6 o'clock at the community center because of the issue of tax cuts. They're proposing to raise their mill levy by 2 mills just to meet
Cover it.
if they get the 50% cut in property taxes, they're not going to have any special districts left. You can't run an ambulance or a fire truck on half a budget.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Tolman, in so much as raising anything, probably that isn't going to happen. I mean, the process goes through the House first, right? Typically. Well, I think anything surviving out of there is not going to happen when it comes to increasing fees, which is what we're talking about, a fee increase. Yeah, they're talking about going the other way with everything, nothing going up. And generally speaking, I do understand what you're saying, but thank you for that comment. And thank you for telling me about the Farson meeting up there with the special districts.
Assessor Davis is coming to help explain what's happening with the property tax now. I think the valley as a whole is not in favor of the 50% cut.
Well,
They like their services and they've taxed themselves heavily with 6, 7 districts.
well, then they need to vote against that 50% property tax initiative, Commissioner Tomlin.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you coming over. We're going to move on to the next presentation because we're a little bit behind, but as always, we appreciate your involvement and communication with us, especially down in Cheyenne, and we'll be down there next week. So you never responded to our dinner invite. So if you do come, you're going to have to bring your own checkbook, but you're still welcome to attend if you would like.
I thought I was, I'm always invited, I thought.
So he's paying for everybody then?
Correct.
Huh.
No, appreciate you coming over and
Yeah.
good luck.
Yeah. Of course, I'm going to go to the dinner. Mr. Chairman. All right. Thank you. Thank you for having the chance to speak.
No, we appreciate your involvement and we'll see you next week. It does bring us to tab B, Commissioners, under the action and presentation items. Item number 1 is the statewide poll conducted to understand public attitudes towards growth and change in Wyoming. I do believe we have the CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, Josh Durrell, online, who has joined us, as well as our local rep, Chloe Valentine. Josh, we fell a little bit behind. We were trying to kind of pause because I understand you were in another meeting, so apologize for falling a bit behind, but thanks for joining us this morning.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Commissioners, thank you for having me today, and thanks for being available for this. I think that if it's okay with you, I might talk a little bit about the poll results that we got, but I'd also like to take a little bit of a deep dive about the Business Council activities in the Southwest region, but also specifically in Sweetwater County over the last few years, if that's okay as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. If you don't mind, I might share my screen if I can do that. Let's see. So I'm gonna just kind of walk through a few things about the poll that we took. And one of the things that we have been working on over the last few years specifically, but especially over the last year, is we've been working on understanding what the growth challenges that our communities face are. And so you might recognize that those things are infrastructure, and they are, businesses being able to find workforce so that they can expand, which in a lot of cases results in questions about housing. And so we've found that regulatory burdens and infrastructure are 2 really key components to growth. and having the right amount of regulation, probably less than we have today, and having the right amount of infrastructure, probably more than we have today, are really key to that. But we started to run into something else that was maybe a little bit more of a mental barrier to growth in all of the communities that we worked in. And what we started to understand is that people would say, well, they don't want growth. And we would say, well, who are they? And what do you mean by that? And they say, well, we think that people want to remain small, and they don't want more people, and they don't want more of our economy. They actually just want to stay the way we are. And we said, well, we're running up against this in every single community that we work in. We should probably understand what the true attitude toward growth is in Wyoming. And what we found is that, you know what? It's actually a little bit different. And so we found that that most people, and I'll just jump ahead, they one say that their economy is stagnant or in decline, but they're also saying that they want to invest in their communities, and that people do want Wyoming to grow. And so I'm going to jump through a few stats here that might be kind of surprising to you. And the reason that we want to share these is because we did a poll at the end of September, and we polled over 500 people in the state that were registered voters, and we found that 2/3 of them actually support population growth. And what we were shocked about is that they supported that growth, even if it meant some of the problems with population growth, like a little bit more traffic or a little bit more sprawl or a little bit higher density in their towns. They supported that growth. And we also heard that most people want their community to actually take strong action to grow jobs and the economy in Wyoming. And then finally, one of the biggest challenges that we have is that we have the highest youth outmigration rate of any other state in the nation. And that means that we lose our kids 2 times the national average, and that's 2 out of every 3 people that are born in Wyoming end up leaving Wyoming. Um, and so in our poll, we asked, do people feel like keeping and attracting young people is essential to the future? And you might think to yourself, well, young people are the future, so of course it's essential. That's just a simple logic problem. But I think what we've kind of deduced from this is that there's a lot of public support for growth, and there's a lot of public support for communities to take action. And the reason that I tell you that today is because you are in a position that is highly scrutinized. You're always probably being asked, why are you doing this project and why are you doing that project? And it can be really challenging sometimes if you think, well, people don't want us to grow. And what I can tell you, and I'm happy to share and I'll ask Chloe to do this if she doesn't mind, is to make sure that you have the very detailed polling results of of our poll so that you can take a look at how Sweetwater County responded. And we would be happy to dive in a little deeper and look at that data and hopefully share some of the insights so that as you're thinking about what you should be doing and what you should look at from a growth perspective, that we can help out with that. And so I'm going to pause for just a second and see if that resonates and if that is similar to what you're hearing or feeling or thinking about as you make decisions in your county.
Commissioners? I think one point to that, Josh, is just obviously we're, a heavy extraction county. And so there's a lot of recruitment for families and good paying jobs to come here. And some of the feedback that we receive is more on the spouse side of things and or kids. And, whether that's in regards to, sports facilities or things to do, and that's a common term we hear that there's never anything to do around here, but also retention. And, I think that goes hand in hand with your report, but some of the struggles that government is faced with is much of what you highlighted, the scrutiny for, our budgeting process or some of the different priorities at given times, but, is also the idea of taxation to build some of these. But even aside from that, is the support to participate in, the ongoing infrastructure and maintenance and everything else that goes along with that. So I guess to kind of spin that back a little bit, what are you seeing and hearing throughout, the statewide response in regards to, overcoming some of those different obstacles?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that question. And I think what you're talking about is probably the same in almost every county that we work in. And those questions about, well, how do we pay for things? How do we handle the ongoing maintenance? How do we make sure that our town is a place that has the amenities that our families want to enjoy? You're not alone. Now, what we have found is that maybe some of the under the surface challenges are different in each community and each county, but the question remains. And so what we've been doing, and I think we were just in Sweetwater County, I believe it was last week, diving into a very specific problem and utilizing some of our problem solving, team and problem solving techniques to really build a team in Sweetwater County who can solve problems. And what I would say is that you're not alone. So in Cheyenne, for the past 5 years, the mayor there has really worked hard to reduce the regulations on housing and really increase the housing stock that they have in Cheyenne. They also have been pushing really hard to try to figure out how to deal with the amenity challenge that our communities face, because I think you all can recognize that, keeping water and sewer and all of those things handled is a big enough job. But humans in 2026 sort of expect that will be taken care of. And what we're really looking for and what we're losing our families to are places where that's not a problem and they have the amenities. And so I think you're asking the right questions. And what I would recommend is to continue to work with us on how do we get down to some of those really fine levers that can change the housing stock, that can change the way that money is utilized within your community. The simple fact of the matter is, and this is a challenge that we experience, I think, statewide, is that at a local level, there is not funding for growth, right? And I can't see all of you very well just because of the camera angles, and I apologize for not being there in real life. But I'm guessing you experience that way more than anybody being in your seats, is that growing is a really big challenge because it's hard to grow when you don't have funds to do so. And in some ways, that's where the Wyoming Business Council has been the catalyst for growth in communities, is because we have some of that funding to help infrastructure growth. And frankly, if you've been paying attention to what's been going on in the Joint Appropriations Committee, you know that is in jeopardy. That the Wyoming Business Council was zeroed out of the budget, and there's legislation being put forth to dissolve the Wyoming Business Council completely. Those are just facts. As much as I would like to say that doesn't make sense and it's not the right move for the future of Wyoming, it is reality. And I think the challenge there is what you feel every day. Where will the infrastructure for growth and the tools to grow come from if we don't exist? And I ask you that not as a rhetorical question, but as a real question. Is, if I was to talk to all the county commissioners and the municipality governments and they said, you know what, we got this, we're fine, we don't need it. Boy, it's going to sound crazy to say, but I would love that day. I would love that day where county commissioners and city governments could say, we actually have the resources here to grow already. We don't need the state. And so I guess I'm asking you in reality, is that true?
Commissioners,
Chairman.
where you going, Rob? Yeah.
Josh, I guess, sorry.
Go ahead.
Can't see.
Oh, you're fine, go ahead.
I guess from my point of view, in reality, we need more tools to address these problems and not less tools. We need more options for TIF financing and other ways to address these. Me and Treasurer Cowan and Senator Jones and Mayor Mickelson, city councilors from Green River, we met every other week for 2 years as a housing task force to try to solve some of these issues. And what we learned is we were really good at identifying the problem, but we didn't have the tools to solve the problem. They just really don't exist in Wyoming. And what tools we did have our joint appropriations now wants to take away. So I would say we need more tools in the box. We need more ability to ask our local developers to find ways to develop. We don't have large housing developers who provide affordable housing knocking at the door here in Sweetwater County asking to develop affordable housing. We have plenty that are developing high-end housing. That's not a problem. But when it comes to median income housing and below, we just simply don't have any options in this community, and we don't see a way through. And I look to the Business Council as that resource to help us solve that problem. But for right now, we're just looking to keep that resource alive. And if you guys disappear, forget the grant money that you're able to bring to the table. Just the human resource there and the expertise that your organization brings goes away. And I think that's unfathomable.
Mr. Slaughter.
Mr. Chairman, Josh, I think one of the things that comes to my mind is while the concept of growth is extremely important to us, it's also important that we have the funding for the infrastructure which we currently have in place. And that's an area that a lot of people don't take into account. So I think in discussions, it's something to, once again, at least follow up on the fact that the funding is being eroded for the current infrastructure that's in place, let alone what potentially we were looking at with respect to growth.
To answer your question, Josh, I don't agree with the joint appropriations. I'll just start with that. And the Business Council has been very generous to many communities throughout the state, but certainly to Sweetwater County and the municipalities here. And, we just got done with a tremendously expensive airport renovation that couldn't have been made possible without the assistance of the Business Council and the state. And there's many other projects involved with that. We've had different economic development agencies over the years. The majority of the leads that those agencies receive are coming from your office and the assistance there with that. The communication through your local, regional directors and keeping us apprised as to some of the different happenings going on in the state. I don't quite understand the approach. Certainly don't agree with it. I think the Business Council has proven to be a valuable tool, and we have our own struggles. We don't have all the answers in regards to your point there, and that we can handle this on our own. We've tried that. There's been some success here and there, but I think it's beyond that. I think it's more of a partnership that we have utilized to benefit both us, on a local perspective, but also a statewide improvement. And a great example of that is the regional airport. So, I'm not sure where things are headed, but we certainly value, your operation and the relationship we have.
Well, Mr. Chairman and commissioners, thanks for that commentary. And I just think that you all see it clearly because you live it. And even I don't fully understand the impact that we have. I mean, we can run calculations and we can talk with folks like Chloe and Kylie in the past and talk about what they see on the ground. But really, you are the people who see the impact more clearly. And I think when it comes to more tools that could solve problems better, and when it comes to infrastructure that we already have, we want to be a part of those discussions. Maybe some of you know this, but I grew up in Rawlins, Wyoming, and Rollins, Wyoming has a challenge with their water system, right? Like it is a real challenge. It's not about growth, it's about survival, and it's about the people who are already there. And do we have a solution for that? We don't. And we may not have a solution for that, but I think what we can do is always provide that outside perspective and provide those, economic tools and rigor and understanding of what other tools could be out there to help. But the other part that we do, and if I'm looking and if I'm reflecting upon my own faults in the situation that we have today, we have another responsibility to the state, and that is to carry the water and carry the message of the problems that our communities face and present those problems to our legislature to say these are challenges that we are facing in our communities. It's likely that I might have been a little too direct and a little too forceful with my painting of the problem that we all face, but that doesn't change the fact that it is the problem we all face. It's possible that that part of my job was perhaps not taken as well as it should have been, because I believe it is our responsibility to not just bring tools and not just bring expertise, but I believe it is also our responsibility to carry the message and carry the challenges that you face to the legislature and be the ones who stand up and say, you may not like it, but this is reality. And I hope that what is happening right now, and as you mentioned, there are lots of projects that have been done in Sweetwater County. There are lots of projects that we helped fund, but there was local match and there was private money leveraged, and that makes a difference. And what I hope is that people will realize that we're all on the same team, that we're not one team against another, that we're all on the same team and maybe we're just playing different roles. And hopefully people will sort of like wake up to the idea that the challenges you see on the ground need to be heard at the state level. And when it comes right down to it, we're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep letting people know that these challenges aren't going to go away just because an agency may or may not exist. They might just get worse if that's the case. And so I appreciate your support, and I know Chloe can provide a little bit more information on the BRC projects that have been done in Sweetwater County, as well as some of the direct activities that have happened over like the last 18 months. It does sound like it may be in the room that we have a few people from what's called the Wyoming Academy, which is an economic development leadership group in the state. And I just appreciate the discussion today, and I hope that we can be around to hear about more of those tools, to provide a little bit more of the detailed problem solving that we can at a local level, and if for nothing else, provide that funding and the messaging back to the legislature to say these are the real challenges that we're feeling, and here are some ways we can solve them, and let's work together to do it.
No, I agree. And we'll be down on your side of the state here next week when the session commences. And I don't know, it's going to be an interesting session. So we certainly appreciate everything you guys have done, and very gracious to our county, and we hope that continues into the future. So appreciate your time and getting on and presenting some of your data. We're certainly interested to see kind of the Sweetwater County results. So, however you want to get that to us, via Chloe or whatever the case is, we'd be interested to study that and see how we can, apply it to our decision-making process up here.
Great. Well, commissioners, thank you very much for the time, and I apologize for being a pain in the scheduling and everything. And I just appreciate your flexibility and effort. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you both. Have a good week. Commissioners, that's going to take us to item number 2, which is a quick break. We are only about 5 minutes behind, so let's take Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll resume back here at 10:35 and hear the Green River Greenbelt Task Force activities update. We will call this meeting back to order. We left off under tab B of the action and presentation items at item number 3, which is the Green River Greenbelt Task Force activities update. And joining us this morning is the chairman of the Green Belt Task Force, John Freeman. Good morning, Mr. Freeman.
Good morning. I'm joined by two of my board members, Amy Stone and Bill Lewis. We're a board that has 12 people now, and we get things done. And I've asked a couple of the commissioners if they thought that a presentation on what's happening on the Greenbelt Task Force and in the city of Green River would be of interest to you, and they said, please come. And so if they identify themselves, then you can go after them if I bomb terribly. Mission of the Greenbelt Task Force is pretty simple. We're to provide recreational activities and facilities for the residents of Green River and Sweetwater County. We want to enhance the habitat and protect the habitat along the river and on the Bronze Belt, and to encourage suitable economic development, which we see as tourism. Our success began in the 1990s. We started putting trails along the river and put in the Trona Bridge, the boardwalk. We have been blessed by probably the best public private partnership with the city of Green River, and you can go down to the river and see what we've done over the past 36 years. In 2023, the Bronze Belt began. And I'll be very honest, when we put together the first master plan in the 1990s, we had the Bronze Belt in there, and I says, we'll never go up on the hills outside of Green River. And here we are in 2023, and we put in the Skyline Trail. And those 3 pictures that you see there is coming out on Upland Drive, and that is all handicap friendly, barrier free. So wheelchairs can use that so that it's accessible to more of the residents. This picture doesn't show the wheelchair landings that we have on there, and I thought people would be complaining about that, but people are running up there now and they're stepping up on those steps to go up there, and I'm going, okay, I shouldn't plan anything. The middle photograph shows our first hike, bike, and invoice burning party. We held that on May 3rd of last year. We are still debating on how many people showed up. Most of my fellow board members think it's a little over 400. I think we hit 500. We gave away 250 shirts, 15 minutes after the official start of the program, and people were coming for 3 hours after that. So we had wonderful participation. The views on top of the Skyline Trail are remarkable, and you can see that on the far right photograph. The Skyline Trail was benefited from a donation by Cyril Brothers Construction. They did all the dirt work. They put the road base on, and that's $1 million donation. The city crews and Greenbelt Task Force volunteers put up the fences, the signs. If you look on the far right photograph, that's the trail entrance by Western Wyoming Community College, and you can see the informational signs that we're going to put on there. I appreciated the Wyoming Business Council talking about that to recruit people to Sweetwater County, you have to have amenities. Last year, and Commissioner Slaughter, I believe, was there, we had people from the community come in and put together our goals for 2025. And we had someone from the soda ash industry, and they talked about those problems. And they said the greenbelt is something that they can easily sell. But to most of the people that are coming into this area, what we have now is just a beginning, and they want other amenities connected to it. What those are, I'll be very honest, I have an idea of what they want, but I really couldn't tell you. But if you look at the Skyline funding, we got $100,000 from the Dustin Shillcox Foundation. That's by far the biggest donation that we had by an individual, and that is for the Skyline Trail and anything for the mobilely challenged. So we built all those trails along the river, but we didn't think about how we're going to get people in wheelchairs and walkers and crutches and those kind of things onto the trails. So we're actively looking at that. I've already talked about the dirt work by the Searle Brothers. William H. Smith, I've noticed that we've been using two numbers, but that was $50,000 bill, but they accepted our $10,000, and that's all we got. BLM has been wonderful to us. They did most of the NEPA process. They've helped us all the way through. They just helped us get a $30,000 grant. In-kind work by city crews, Greenbelt Task Force members, and hundreds of hours put in by Tom Wilson, Bill Lewis, Bernie Whitty, and other Greenbelt Task Force volunteers. We have another trail that's on the north side of Green River, and this is right behind the Hampton Inn. I've lived in Green River since 1978, and I never went up into this area, and I am just amazed how beautiful it is. It's a trail that we put in, but with volunteers, and I'll talk more about that. But here's some of the views that you can see from the Tea Kettle Trail, which is part of our Bronze Belt. And the Tea Kettle funding was very similar to, well, I guess it isn't, but we put in a 3-mile trail using just hand tools. Bill Lewis put that together. We started off with a culvert. We went into the boneyard of the city of Green River. We found a culvert, we put it in, and all of a sudden we could get across the ditch. We installed maintenance gate. When we put together all the benches and the signs for the Skyline Trail, we had additional metals, so we were able to put together the gates and that stuff. And the Tea Kettle Trail is about as free as you can get for a public project. Nobody wrote us a check, and we got it done. The Green River Dog Park, it's on the Greenbelt. It's really not a Greenbelt project. And I'm very proud of our community for this. The Green River High School National Honor Society started this program. They got $39,000 worth of donations. They got Inberg Miller's donation of the engineering. Searle Brothers came to our community again, did all the dirt work in that area. But they had that $39,000 locked up into the school district's budget, and they didn't know how to get it out. So it stayed there for 3 years. And so they asked us to be their financial agent. They took the money out of the school district, and in 3 weeks after we got the money, we started building it. We were able to contract the fence, and the city crews got working on the parking lot, the grass, and all of that stuff. I went by the park last night and I counted 11 cars there. I didn't think we would have that kind of participation. I went to Canada 2 years ago and we brought our dogs, and we had to find dog parks, and it's remarkably you travel along and you find the dog park so your four-legged friend can take a little sprint around the area and stuff like that. And we kept on finding people all the way, from Green River, Wyoming up to Jasper, Canada. The Tom and Mary Corbellis Foundation gave us $50,000, and we were able to put pavilions, or I don't know what you would call them, uh, I'll call them pavilions, to which you can put picnic tables and that kind of stuff. And it's just a wonderful addition to our community. Trout Unlimited put the bank stabilization in, that's right by the FMC bridge. That was a $700,000 project. We were not a big part of that. We were able to write a grant to the Central Utah project and kind of finish out their funding. But they have been getting volunteers to put trees in there to finish out the trails that were in that area. And Western Midstream, which is an oil company, for the last 3 years has brought one of their crews and the equipment that they need. You can see the skid steer in the back. And we've been building trails, planting trees, and making sure that area is upkept. The Sweetwater County Conservation District has given us $5,000 for the past 2 years to control the invasive species, primarily tamarisk and Russian olive. The first year we had to hire an applicator, and that took half the money. This year or last year, 2025, the city scheduled to where that they would do the application. We just had to buy the chemicals, so they went out and kept the invasive species down so that we can have native plants grow along that area. The city's revitalizing Riverside Park. In 2017, we had a flood. I don't think we'll have a flood this year, but anyway, it took out our wetland, Kildare wetland, and it took out the kayak park. They were able to get that put back together, and I don't know what the city's going to do with the kayak park of the area, but it enhances fishing because it seems like every time I go down there, I should say every other time, somebody's there in the pool fishing. Kildare wetland, when that's operating, the Chamber of Commerce talks about how they had people that came up there for 2 days and they put up spotting scopes to look into there. We had nesting trumpeter swans, lots of deer running around there, some antelope. But anyway, we got a CUPCA grant to fix the bottom part of the wetland and to make the dam safer for travel. If you look at the far right, that's 10 loads. I don't know how many loads we finally came up with. We had 90 loads of rock from South Pass, and that's the first 10. So if you imagine what the other 80 look like, but we have the materials to where that we can continue with the development of the Kildare wetlands and the FMC park area. We have the river that's taking out lots of dirt and spoiling the fishing all the way down to the gorge. So we would like to fix that. Scotts Bottom Nature Area gets a lot of love, probably too much love. And we want to fix that. We came up, the Wyoming Game and Fish cooperated with us and the U.S. Game and Fish to come up with a management plan. The trees are dying there. And the reason why the trees are dying is it needs to be flooded. And we haven't had a flood since they put in Fontenelle Reservoir. One of the things that we're trying to do is get the local fire departments to test out their fire trucks, because if they fight wildland fires, they have to demonstrate that they can take water out of the river and deliver it to a fire. good way to practice is put their fire truck up to the river, put out their hose and fill up that middle channel that you can see there. And that will do the best things that we can for the the narrow leaf cottonwood places. FMC Park, that's above the Red Barn, those of you who are familiar with. We have problems with bad behavior in that area. There's a Baja track that people go around there at high speeds. There's lots of garbage dumped. There are people that are shooting at the rifle range at 2 o'clock in the morning. So we're trying to develop that area into a nice place. The Sweetwater Mountain Bike Association has put about 20 miles of trails, single track mountain bike trails in the Wilkins Peak area. And that's been rated some of the best mountain bike trails in the state of Wyoming. So we would like to get their parking lot and their kiosk up to where that it's equal to what the trails are. So we've started to put up the fence and do other things. And here's another example of how we're a lot like the Wyoming State Parks. We do a lot of things for next to nothing and get wonderful results. But so we had the Sheriff's Department and Green River Police Department get together, and they stepped up the patrols. I live not too far away from that area, and the drag racing has gone down a lot, and we had people that were hurt, and they didn't know where to send people, ambulances and that kind of stuff. So the law enforcement enlightened dispatch on what was going on, which is wonderful. We got $15,000 from the city to put up the buck and rail fence. The Sweetwater County Solid Waste District gave us these huge boulders to put in there, and that kind of protects the fence. And we're trying to get the people just to use part of the park. There's so much erosion there that we're afraid that we're going to screw up the Sanders property, which is downstream from where we're at. The Public Works put in a recycle parking lot. We've had local trucking companies volunteer to bring rocks from the solid waste department. I asked them about how much it would have cost if we would have hired them to do that. Also the fencing materials, and that was about $10,000. The fence was constructed by the mountain bike and the Greenbelt Task Force volunteers, and Bordorn Lumber gave us the nuts and bolts to put the whole thing together. So quick summary, and I hope I'm not going too long, is in the past 2 years, the task force has done about $1.5 million in projects to the city and the citizens of Sweetwater County. $1 million of that is Cyril Brothers. And but if you look at the other $500,000 for 13 people who seek out volunteers and partners and stuff, we've done a pretty good job. We wrote $107,000 worth of grants last year. Our Second Saturday project built over 3 miles of trail free of costs. We're starting to retrofit trails and other amenities so that the handicap can benefit from that. Last year, or in 2024, we hit 11 of 17 goals. Last year, we did 11 of 15. So this year, I think we're just going to do 11 goals. And the Greenbelt Board of Directors have done over 2,500 hours of volunteers. So if you look at $25 an hour, it's 62,500. If you do 50, which I think is more realistic, is close to 125,000. This is what you can expect from the task force in 2026, the final completion of those 2 trails, construction of new trails found in the master plan, 3 watering stations, repairs to the boardwalk, the retrofitting. We want to do 3 public events to get people on there, and we're going to actively promote tourism this coming year. So summary, why am I here? To brag a little. But we want the commission to be aware of us and what we've done. We want to show the commission how the community has embraced this project. We would like a commissioner to volunteer to be our liaison. You don't have to show up at all of our meetings, but we would like to have a telephone number that we can call for information or assistance. We think that you should send a commissioner or commissioners, and I may have the name of this conference wrong. Mountain States Trails Convention or Conference is going to be in Rock Springs in May. 400 trails people that can talk about what trails did for their community will be here. We'll be showing off both motorized and non-motorized trails in the area. And this is what I think that I would like the commission to consider to be the lead in there. We write grants, and we get blindsided by other communities that have a plan for recreation in their area. There was almost $5 million of grants put out by the state 5 years ago, was passed through federal monies. Laramie, the city of Laramie in Albany County got close to 4.5 million of that. And that's because they had a plan, a master plan, and that kind of stuff. And if we're going to compete to provide the amenities to the community, we need to have a document like that. So, and I think that the best thing I can end with is the recent Greenbelt Task Force partners. That's quite a list, and that's not a complete list of people that have helped us in the past 2 to 3 years. So I'm ready for your questions, if you have any. Hopefully I didn't put you to sleep.
Not at all. That's a lot to be proud of. Job well done. And it's people like yourselves and those that are serving on the task force that continue to offer their selflessness to advance the community. And I certainly appreciate that. That's a lot. And it takes partnerships and donations like, well-established companies like Searle Brothers and the like to step up and help us advance those. Pretty impressive. We do have a plan, a parks plan, master plan that was put together. We believe it was in 2018. And as a matter of fact, in our budget this year, we have money in there to revisit that and come up with an updated version of it. Some of the parks within our 2018 plan have changed or no longer exist. And we've had zero interest. We had an RFP that went out, and there's a few that downloaded it but never submitted on it, and we're not getting any interest. So we'll continue to push on that front. But I know we've got other recreation enthusiasts up here, and I believe Commissioner Jones serves on the Outdoor Rec Council, and so I'll let them speak to some of that. But I agree. I think it's something that we need to focus on and improve our park system, and we're looking into doing that. So any type of partnership we can have with some of the success you guys have had, I think is a good thing. Commissioner Jones?
Thanks for all of that. It's pretty impressive. So you should be here to brag. Just a couple of points, though, that I'd like to make. I mean, the list of volunteers is very impressive. And certainly these things aren't done without volunteers, and whether it's an individual or a company or what have you, but kind of put a little plug in for all of us in government that I noticed government did pitch in and help out quite a bit. And there's only one way we can do that, and that's with funding. So hope that doesn't go without saying, but I will be at the trails, the Western States Trails Council. I will be there. I wasn't necessarily going as a commissioner. I was asked to participate, but I certainly feel like I have the ability to wear more than one hat at a time. So I'll definitely be there. But thanks for what you're doing. That's, Josh Durrell talked about quality of life and things like that for recruiting people last week at the Pulse meeting. Irene Richardson from the hospital talked about they need things like that in order to recruit doctors and nurses and what have you. So while some folks in our legislature, I think, are pretty short-sighted on how important some of these things are, they are important. And so the work you're doing is very valuable. So appreciate it.
Commissioner Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, I've had the opportunity to be in on several of the Greenbelt Task Force meetings and was there for the opening of the Skyline Trail. Have been a big part of what they've done. I've seen with their organizational meeting, the things that they've got planned. It's remarkable to me to see what they have done over the last several years. With respect to a request for a commissioner to serve as liaison, what days are your meetings, if I might ask?
We're on the first Thursday of the month, 6 to 8.
And it's just one meeting a month that you do?
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, I would think that I have time within my 2 days a month that I spend working on this job that I could serve as their liaison. So I would submit myself for that if that would be acceptable.
I'm very happy that you volunteered. I'll put you to work.
I know you will. You've done it before in other areas.
Certainly have my support there.
And to respond to Commissioner Jones's comment that funding's important. I skipped a lot of English classes when I was in school, and we suck at fundraising. We can write grants and stuff, but the $156,000 grant that we got from the state of Wyoming, we didn't have the money to buy the stuff up front, so we had to divide that project in like $5,000 and $10,000 increments to where that we would buy the supplies to where that we needed, and then we would get reimbursed and stuff. We need to have some more money, but where we've been getting by is in-kind donations. I would think that the county has, a dump truck that we could use every once in a while, or a front-end loader, or something like that. That would really help. Those trucking companies that went to Mountain View and brought the fence back. That was $5,000 that we saved by somebody doing that. If you guys have the facilities and the willingness to help us out in those kind of things, that really, really helps.
Any other comments, commissioners? Well, thanks for coming over and taking the time to share with us all of your success. Sounds like you have a newly appointed liaison that'll continue to keep us in the loop, and we can work on some of those in-kind services you speak of. So keep up the good work.
Thank you so much for listening to me. I probably overdid my time, but I'm a school teacher. I'm used to doing that.
Well, thanks very much. That's going to move us to item number 4, which is the approval of Amendment 1 to the fiscal year 2026 CMAQ sub-recipient grant agreement. There we go. Joining us this morning is County Grants Manager Christina Marshall, and I believe we have Andy and Jean here in attendance as well. Good morning.
Good morning. This should be nice and easy for you. So the Wyoming Department of Transportation awarded Sweetwater County $353,484 in CMAQ funding that was previously approved by you all on November 18th of last year with the mandatory 20% match. CMAQ funding is used to alleviate air quality issues created by energy development and other industrial activity in the vicinity. The Public Works Department will use the funding to apply magnesium chloride dust suppressant to 76.82 miles of county roads. So today's agenda is Amendment 1 to replace Attachment A with Attachment A-1 in the grant award, which modifies the Federal Assistance Listing Number, or ALN, from 20.205 to 20.268. There are absolutely no other changes affecting the terms and content of the award. So just a fun fact, the ALN, which is formerly known as CFDA number, it is critical in ensuring accountability and compliance with federal financial assistance. It identifies the federal program and requirements. It's vital in the annual audit and financial report. It tracks the flow of federal money, ensures proper documentation, and is used in payment systems. So ALN is administered by the General Services Administration. If you want to talk more about ALNs, come to my office. Can't state enough how important it is to get it right on the front end. And so with that, I have the Amendment 1 in your packet, as well as the original agreement. And I'm happy to answer any questions, as well as our Assistant Public Works Director who oversees this project.
Very good. Thanks, Christina. Questions, comments, commissioners? Seems pretty straightforward. We like those. So I'd entertain a motion to approve and authorize the chairman to sign Amendment 1 to the fiscal year 2026 CMAQ subrecipient grant agreement for project CM 26304 as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you.
Christina. Appreciate it. It's going to move us right along into item number 5, which is a memorandum of understanding regarding County Road 50, the Quayle Road. And joining us this morning for the next handful of items is Public Works Director Gene Legursky. Morning, Gene.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman West, commissioners. What you have before you is an MOU regarding County Road 50. It's the Quayle Road. As you know, Bear recently moved in there 3-4 years ago, and they're in the process of upgrading their water line to deliver more water to their plants so they can upgrade what they're doing and add more production. As part of that, they needed to put in a above ground pump station to push that water to where they did. They previously had an underground pump station that was no real problem. And going back and forth with them, the only place they could locate that was partially in our right of way. We can't push it far enough off of the road because of, if you guys have ever been up Quayle Road, it's either got railroad tracks or cliffs. So we tried to get it off of the right of way as much as possible. Being above ground, of course, traffic and everything like that is vitally important. They will be constructing it. They will be taking care of it. If any damage occurs in the MOU, they have a certain amount of days to remedy the situation. So basically what we're allowing, or you guys are allowing them to do, is be in our right of way for that pump station.
Very good. Thanks, Gene. Questions on the MOU, commissioners? Not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding and license agreement between Ruvion LLC and Sweetwater County as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. It's going to move us along to item number 6, which is SF 299, the Hiawatha Road right-of-way. Hand it back to Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you guys remember 2 or 3 months ago, I presented the SF 299 for Hiawatha Road to you guys and we signed it. We sent it over to the BLM, and because of how the county acquired that road, they are actually requesting an SF 299 for the whole entire roadway section and an upgraded plan of development and everything like that. So that is what you have before you, is a upgraded SF 299 for the whole entire roadway instead of just the section that we need to fix because of the washout. The washout is included in there, but they wanted us to do another one for the whole entire roadway of Hiawatha.
Okay, that makes sense. Questions on the new right-of-way, commissioners? Not to entertain a motion to approve the new SF 299 Hiawatha Road right away as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tillman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all is in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gene.
How many miles is that road? How many miles?
Can't remember off the top of my head. I know it goes in and out of Colorado 3 different times.
Yeah.
9? How many miles? 9? Is it 9 of ours or is it 12? It might be 12, but it goes in and out of Colorado 3 different times. So it's a strange road.
11.93.
Roughly.
That's going to bring us to item number 7, which is the presentation of the viewer report for McKinnon Road right-of-way alteration petition. Joining us this morning is Assistant Director of Public Works, Andy Hoot. Good morning to you, Andy.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. If you'll give me just a second, I want to make sure I have this map pulled up just for as a
Absolutely.
good example so that we're all talking about the same things.
There we go. That'll reach if you need to pull that up to the podium too.
Okay. So several months ago, the county received a petition to alter the County Road 1 right away. Through that, there's a state statute process to go that. I was appointed viewer by the commissioners, and so part of that is I'm tasked with going through and looking at private and public convenience. So for those of you that aren't highly familiar with this area, this is down at the crossroads of County Road 1 and Highway 414, okay? So you'll notice here, County Road 1 comes across, and then this area right here is in between the old McKinnon store, you'll notice right there, and it's in your handout, and Highway 414. So currently, right now, that right-of-way is 120 foot wide, and that matches what was previously. And the alteration petition was to narrow that to 60, okay? So in your packet, I went through a lot of history about why this parcel kind of looks this way. And that's just to kind of get you to understand kind of why we're at where we're at today. So if you guys have any questions particular to the history of that, the old highway was right there on the section line, and you'll see it's listed there, okay? And that's over here kind of right there. And that used to come all the way through here before YDOT went in and moved their highway to the north. So through this, I went through a lot of history on this parcel, talked to landowners and the petitioner. Some of the major points that came out of this for me was access for the Kelches, a bus turnaround, and the mailboxes were probably some of the bigger 3 key items that came up. So years ago, there was a petition brought forward to quit claim some property here on this side, kind of in the southeast corner. And that was granted per the county commissioners through a warranty deed, okay? Now, at that time, they did not warranty deed anything west of County Road 1. So that's just kind of an interesting little point in that. So in going through and looking at everything, sorry, I said that twice. A big item here is the school buses. So I spoke to school district number 2, and this is a large stop for them to get kids into Green River, okay? Now, there hasn't really been a formalized bus turnaround ever really made. It was just kind of there inside the right of way. And so one of the things that came out of this for me very much was, in order to prevent inadvertent trespassing on anybody's property, is that I think that would be a good thing to be implemented. It would provide off the street parking, and it would provide a spot for the school buses to stop and let kids unload and load safely. It also provides a spot for parents to stop. A lot of those kids don't walk. And so it's a place for the parents to pause, wait for the kids, put them on the school bus, and then go back to the ranch house. There was a mailbox cluster put in down here. Mail in McKinnon has gone through several iterations over the years. It used to be in the store. Then it got pulled up east of McKinnon proper up on a highway. They had like a single wide trailer up there for years.
And then it came back down here and was put in a cluster box in the county right away. So, and you guys have seen that before through the conditional use permit for the recreational campground, that was supposed to be relocated. So one thing I was severely worried about with in narrowing this right away. Scroll down through here, let me find it. Is the potential landlocked parcel of the Kelsos to the west. Okay, and so if we narrow down that right of way on the west side to 60 foot, there is a potential landlock. And I thought that was something that was very interesting. And it weighed in my decision on that to make sure nobody was harmed because of this as well. So all things considered, it was a tough position. Even though I'm staff, I swear an oath, and I have to look at this as both private and public convenience. And so my recommendation to the board, I laid out a few options for the board in there to see what their opinions were. But my opinion on this matter is that we should narrow the right of way, but only on the easterly side. So rather than going from 120 centered 60 and 60, we would go to keep the 60 on the west. And through that, the bus loop could be put in, and it would provide a place for one of the conditions to be met for the conditional use permit. And then narrow it on the east side down to 30 feet. And that would be a total of 90 feet through there. So this was a tough one. There's a lot of factors here, but considering all the things, that's my recommendation to the board. And if you guys have any questions in particular, I'll stand and do my best to answer them for you.
Well, thanks, Andy. I thought you did a good job in your report of identifying, there's a lot of history, a lot of changes with what has taken place down there. And I thought you defined that well, and appreciate honestly, the map that you had there at the beginning, because I think that's kind of the telling piece in question. And at first, when I looked at it, I was a little confused as to the access for the Kelch property. And I think you identified that. In your report, I had a couple notes written down. I think it was on the bottom of page 9, but it was in reference to the conditional use permit that was previously approved for the petitioner. Mine's loading here, of course. But it was in regards to some of the conditions that may or may not have been met. There were supposed to be 2 access points. I believe one was supposed to line up with the access on the west side of County Road 1, which doesn't appear to be the case. And then also there was the discussion about moving the mailbox cluster. And so is that just work that is still in progress, do you know? Or was that part of your report? I just want to make sure that we're also being compliant with the conditional use permit.
I tried very hard to walk that line as to not re-engineer for anything for somebody, but to consider those factors in. So I went off the most current layout that the county had received for that conditional use permit. And so I didn't look at moving that driveway down. I just went off what was there. And then the mailbox relocation was one that I thought, well, if you're going to have a spot where a bus could turn around and people could park out, it would make logical sense to put that over there. So I didn't go in and try to redesign anything out of maybe an abundance of caution not to extend the county. So no, I did not consider the other driveway, but I did consider the mailboxes. I thought that was a pretty logical nexus.
Okay. And so just to be clear, relocating the mailbox cluster to the westerly side would also be the same area for the bus turnaround and or parking? Is that what?
I felt that was logical. I mean, I did not discuss that with the petitioner, but as I felt like it was a logical connection. It was one that I felt the county could support.
Mr. Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, kind of an interesting turn of events, and I'm not sure of protocol with respect to this, but I'll just enlighten you of a situation that has taken place that I'm aware of and see if it's something that we can address. On my way back from Pinedale yesterday, I had the opportunity to talk with Mr. Triplett. He had called while I was in the migration study meeting yesterday. So on my way back, I called and was able to talk with him. He had some concerns and had apparently tried to send, with his testimony, he had received the information on the viewer's recommendation last Thursday. So a fairly short period of time to try and get these things put together. He had tried to send something on to Sally Shoemaker at basically Mr. Hooton's recommendation. He felt like if there were questions that could be sent on to the county commissioners, suggested to Mr. Triplett that he contact Sally to have her distribute the questions to us. I don't know what took place with that, but apparently we didn't receive that. And so my advice to Mr. Triplett was once again to try and resubmit that. I knew that we were having the hearing on the viewing today, on the viewer's recommendation today. Mr. Triplett is here. I'm not sure whether it would be appropriate at this time for him to speak with respect to that, but I felt like because of the short period of time that he had and the issue with us not being able to receive that prior to the meeting, it may be something that we could address and would be able to give him an opportunity to address the questions that he may have with respect to these. To be honest, the conversation I had with him, he was very congenial. He just said he felt like there were some facts that he would like to clear up. And so I, once again, affirmed that he would be here today. And if it would be appropriate, Mr. Chairman, I would like to be able to hear from him, but I would turn that over to the chair.
So following Andy's presentation, I believe we have a resolution which would authorize the notice of intent to move forward with the process. So I think we can probably, let's focus on Andy's report. And if we have questions for what he's put together for us, and then either after that or while we're discussing the notice of intent, we can allow for the petitioner to speak if that works.
Certainly, thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for the report?
I have a question. Uintah County School Bus goes down there too? They don't use that turnaround, but it said Uintah County School?
They do not travel to this exact location.
Mr. Chairman, oh, I'm sorry.
It's an outside.
Commissioner Tolman, are you asking me where they travel to exactly?
Yeah. Well, you don't have to answer it now.
McKinnon is an interesting spot in the fact that it is very remote from several school districts. And Sweetwater County School District number 2 does an excellent job with the McKinnon Elementary. I think it is a beloved school down there. When kids reach a different point, there are decisions made by parents on where they want them to go. And without getting into school funding and crossing state lines and all that stuff, there are things that school districts do to make sure the kids end up somewhere in a school, whether that's in Daggett County, Sweetwater County, or Uintah County. That's outside of my control. But yes, there's a rendezvous turnaround to the west that I was told Uintah County number 6 runs to.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Slaughter, do you have something?
Mr. Chairman, on to the viewer report, a question, Andy, when you talked with school district number 2 about the turnarounds, obviously that's one of the main concerns here. In exhibit 2, you're kind of giving an area where you would anticipate that turnaround would be. How many buses do we have that go down? Is it 1 or 2 a day? And is it a full size? I would assume it's probably not a full size, but I passed those buses. Seems like they're small buses.
I think it depends. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Slaughter. I think it depends on what time of day. So they also run an activity bus late at night is what they told me. Now, I don't know if that's their suburban fleet that they run, but I believe there is a full size bus or maybe not a full length bus, a 40-footer, but I believe there's at least a short bus that runs out there every day. The turning movements and stuff, not knowing what bus they would run in an effort to pigeonhole them, I base those turning movements on a full-size bus just to ensure. But I know that Daggett County runs a bus there and school district number 2 runs a bus there every morning at a minimum.
And has the school district expressed problems with the current situation that we've got as it stands?
No, one of the problems they expressed is that it's not well delineated. That there isn't, everybody, it's down there and it's at the crossroads. And through the development plan, like there's there's not a good delineation of where to park. And parking's become an issue. You know, the owners of the store have changed. And then, of course, there's as we've heard from, regarding recreation, there's always a few bad actors that go out there and spin some cookies. And so, that was one of the big things I heard was they wanted a place detached from the roadway that parents could wait as well. And so that was probably the biggest issues that I heard, from their director and their safety administrator,
Okay, thank you.
Rachel.
Additional comments or questions for the viewers report? Well, thanks, Andy. Appreciate your work on that. These viewers report presentations are always interesting. There's a lot of different property rights and ownership, and I think it's worth the process that we've kind of continued to follow, especially, you know, moving forward, whether it's a notice of intent to proceed, you know, and allow for certainly public input as an important piece of that. So I appreciate the data in the background. I think that's important to consider and make sure that, you know, we can try and do what's best on a public-private, I guess, situation. So
It's always interesting to write them on my side. So I'm glad that they're as exciting to read. So it's straddling a fence. Being put in
well,
that
job well
position.
done. We
I
appreciate your
appreciate the time, commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move forward with item number 8, which is the resolution for the notice of intent to alter County Road 1's right of way. Joining us is Public Works Director Bagursky. We'll explain here and then allow some time for the petitioner if you're good with that.
So just to kind of highlight where we're at, we received a petition. You guys appointed a viewer. You guys have seen the viewer's report. You have a chance to get it presented to you. Now we're on the next step in this long process. It's up to you guys what you want to do next, but basically there's a resolution before you for the notice of intent to alter a publicly dedicated right of way. What this allows to do is public comment. We'll advertise it. We've done this in several locations. It seems like we do these about every 3 or 4 months now, for various reasons. We'll advertise this all over McKinnon. You guys can gather information. Cindy Swenson, the clerk, will publish this on the website and we'll go through that process. We'll actually even send out letters to affected parties and those that are the petitioners, so everybody knows that they have the right to comment. So it's really up to you guys where we want to go now. You guys can just say, no, we're done. Or you guys can collect public input and we can go through the rest of the process as you guys see fit.
Very good. We allow a little time. Would you like to address the governing body on some of the concerns that you brought forth? Maybe not concerns, but clarifications or whatever the case.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate you guys letting me speak here. I know this is not public hearing. I just had some concerns about items not addressed. So if you don't mind, I'll kind of go through my statement that I sent to you, Sally, and then I forwarded on to you, Commissioner Slaughter, last night. Last night. So sorry, I'm not good at public speaking, but I clearly want to state that I'm not asking to modify the old highway easement that still exists and the Kelches used into their property. I continue to honor that and will honor that. That easement overlaps with CR1 all the way to the center of the road into Section 8, and it hasn't been delinquent. You guys haven't removed it. So that would nullify the 30-foot gap that would actually or potentially exist. But also we have a county right-of-way easement that is a radius where the old CR1 transitioned into the old highway that overlaps with the other 2 easements, the 120 and the old highway. And by both of those easements still being there and me not asking to modify them, they still have access to the Kelches property. Upon that also, they have access off the highway about a half a mile down to the west. So I don't think there's a problem with a 30-foot gap. We'd have to get surveyors, and I have legal description. Surveyors already have done legal description. I'm just waiting for a decision on this so that I can do a map and we can present it to the county and get recorded. In good faith cooperation of the county and public needs, I've also proposed a new school bus dedicated turnaround, a new mailbox cluster. But since you guys didn't get this, you can't look at my exhibit. But I also have a second option for a bus turnaround, 800 foot down the highway to the north, off of the asphalted road on County Road 1. There's a 155-foot long and 75-foot wide turnoff that doesn't need to be modified, doesn't need buildup, and we could still do the bus turnaround there. Not only would that fix, and this is by my surmising, because I don't have all the exact school bus routes, but my children go to school. My brothers and sisters go to school in Manila. I kind of know the bus routes, and I want to address some of the concerns there. The buses currently and for the past 30 years have been turning around on County Road 1 south of this area that we're talking about. It's only 60 foot wide. They turn around at our inlet to our property, and they turn around at just about anyone's inlet. And those are very small areas, and they've been seemingly having no issue doing it at this point for 30 years. No questions have been raised, no concerns, no safety issues, and no signage has been put up to address these concerns that I feel need to be validated by possible engineering studies and possible, safety analysis instead of hearsay and just requests to do such. Beyond that, with their turnarounds that they will still have to perform on the 60-foot wide turnaround south of this area, this will not solve those turnarounds. They will still be performing them at the turnouts all the way up to the state line that's 60 foot wide. So I think if we really need to do a turnaround, it needs to be at the state line to address all of the community south of this area in question. If we're worried about the people coming from Manila, the school bus in Manila actually parks up at the base of the Uinta Mountains in Utah on Doug Beck's property. And it drives straight through this area, never leaves the highway, picks the kids off. When the recreational bus comes through, it parks on Highway 414, lets the kids off directly off the highway, as it does from Manila all the way to this turn. The only bus I know of that actually uses the turnaround at this area, and that is in reference to the old highway transition or old CR1 transition to the highway. They use the actual dedicated easement that you guys already possess to make their turnaround, and they pick kids up and off directly off of the road surface. So my purpose of all of this is to obtain a large or a shorter easement for you guys, a larger area of property for me. In my initial conditional use permit, I requested that I have parking along the side of my campground. Public Works Director Jean stated quite clearly that absolutely no person should be parking on the side of the road there, and especially not myself or the people I intend to service with my campground. He made that very explicit in the public planning meeting. And so in the viewer's report, it states that if you guys are to remove this, that it would cause problems to the public because they can't park and use that anymore. But in the public planning meeting, I'm told they're not supposed to be using it. So I would just like clear definition of which one's which. If we're saving it for public to use, why are we saying that they can't use it? Let's see if I missed anything. So I guess I'll go with my closing statement. My intent here is to make sure the public still has areas to turn around, do the unloading and loading. My children have to use this area as well. I believe that the new public school turnaround area should be 804 foot north of the intersection of 414 and CR1. There's a large area. It's always plowed on the asphalt road. From the intersection of Highway 414 and CR1 south is not necessarily plowed. It's probably the last place to be plowed during the day. So we're already having issues with snow buildup and people coming to meet at that intersection. I feel like it should be moved south or north where they actually are plowing first thing in the morning for the Green River bus that comes out. And then they wouldn't even have to cross the intersection anymore with children on it. They could pull off right there. We could put the mailboxes there. And I believe it's kind of a win-win for everybody and removes a lot of safety conditions that we're already dealing with. The Manila bus has plenty of room with a 150-foot wide pull-off. They run a full-size bus. They could come in there. They would make a right turn off the highway instead of making a left turn, which is much more safe. And they wouldn't have to park directly on the highway to unload. So make a right turn, go 800 foot down, do their loading, unloading, come back around and turn back on the highway to Manila. So that's my statement surmised. I would hope to get everything over to you guys and let you actually consider the facts that I've placed before you and combine the two before you make a decision. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
I have a question for him. Did you talk to Mr. Hooten when he was doing the viewers report? Did you visit with him?
Yes, I
Oh,
did.
okay.
He called me and asked what my reason was for doing this. And that's all the input I have in the viewers report.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to thank you for entertaining my request to allow Mr. Triplett to speak. It was my understanding that his concerns were with the viewer's report itself. And so I felt like that was something separate from what will be taking place with the public hearings moving forward. Obviously, we will have, if we choose to accept the viewer's recommendation and we move forward with this, there will be lots of public comment. I would assume in that area, as we've seen in the past, that there will be a lot of public comment and there will be opportunity for some modifications at that point in time based off of what we hear. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Any additional comments in regards to the viewer's report and or the resolution for the notice of intent? So my understanding of this particular resolution that's been prepared before us is obviously direct correlation to the previous viewer report that we just heard. It's a continuation of the statutory process in regards to the altering of a county road. The options would be to move forward with the notice of intent to basically do nothing and or to postpone, if I understand that correctly. If we move forward with the notice of intent, that I believe is a 30-day process from the date in which today, basically, if it were to be approved, the county clerk has to advertise that, but at a minimum, I believe the requirement is a 30-day notice to open up a public hearing process, at which time we would then revisit it, consider all of the public input and make a decision on moving forward, unless, if I'm correct. Interrupt me if not, John.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one thing?
Yeah, please do.
So the notice of intent for this is specifically by the viewer's report, so it's just reducing that right of way to 90 foot. It doesn't accept all the other options that Andy talked about in there. It's reducing it to 90 foot, 60 foot on one side, 30 foot on the other. It does allow for the notice of intent to be done for 2 weeks, and then the time and date would be noon on March 6, 2024, by which all public comments would be due. So about 30 days.
Okay. Is there any questions on that process or comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards?
So at the end of that public comment period, I guess it might be a question for John. How much latitude do we have to amend the outcome of that from our initial notice of intent to alter?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Richards, I think that as long as if you're staying within the viewer's report, I think you're staying within that time frame. I think the main thing that is required is to follow the due process that's provided. And so you have the discretion to make those changes, but you can, at that particular hearing, you'll have received any objections as Commissioner Slaughter identified, and you certainly could choose to additionally hear further from the petitioner. So you could do both of those, and I think that would accomplish the due process considerations to make the potential changes that you may choose to make.
I have a question. Okay, the original petition didn't ask for anything north of 414, right?
No, it was from the store to 414.
But now they're suggesting that or not?
No, he's talking about the bus turnaround possibly being relocated to 414, which is not in our purview as the viewer because that's a school district decision.
Additional comments? So I guess those are the options on the table. Postpone for further time and evaluation, or to move forward with the notice of intent or not. And I would ask what your pleasure is.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the resolution for a notice to intent to alter a public dedicated roadway. Once again, understanding that this is the start of the process and that there will be significant comment on this before we get to any further resolution.
You have a motion by Commissioner Slaughter to move forward with resolution number 26-02-EN-01, a resolution for the notice of intent to alter a publicly dedicated roadway. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion? Just to be clear, this is just the next step in the process. So this will open up the public comment period, which will allow the petitioner to share some of the concerns or ideas that you brought forth today. It also allows for anyone within the area to submit those comments, whether in favor or in opposition, at which time we will take back up after the 30-day public comment period.
I did talk to Bergmeyer's, the other landowner. They have no concerns. It's not affecting them. One of the landowners.
Do you have a motion and a second on the table? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Appreciate everyone's work on that. I know these are difficult, for both parties, and we'll continue to evaluate over the next 30 days and see where things head. So appreciate your willingness to work with the county and for your efforts as well, Gene and Andy. That is going to move us along to item number 9, which is, okay, so we had a little mishap here in the submission of these. So that resolution that was just approved is 2602-EN-01. You'll notice on item number 9, which is the Upper Superior Road, it lists that same resolution. So
We're moving this one to 02, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, and then the one below
Is
on your agenda is listed as 02, which will become 03. So 1, 2, 3, just in order as received there. And so with that, we'll move along to item number 9, which is resolution 2602-EN-02, County Road 87, the Upper Superior Road. Hand it back to Gene.
Mr. Chairman, I want to apologize for that. You'd think Andy and I being 15 foot apart, we could communicate a little bit better. We both made resolutions, you can see a little bit busy with this, and we just didn't talk about what our numbering scheme was going to be. So Sally caught it and we got it corrected, and I apologize for that. What you have before you is resolution 2602-EN-02, County Road 87, Upper Superior Road. If you remember, 2 meetings ago, I spoke to you guys if we'd be interested in giving this road to the town of Superior. I was actually approached by Mayor Wolf from Superior, and he said, hey, we would like to take over that road. And as looking at all county roads as we do, we take that into consideration and we say, how does this help hurt the overall transportation plan in Sweetwater County? We have a lot of roads out there that are dead end roads. They go into fields, ranches, stuff like that. And when you look at saving money and stuff like that, and they're not interconnecting, those are roads that are, that we look at. This is one of those roads that just dead ends out in the middle of nowhere. It provides great public access, to the dunes and the area out in that general direction. However, it does not help the overall transportation of Sweetwater County because it's not interconnecting, it's just there. With Superior being willing to take it over and maintain all the maintenance on it and stuff like that, I personally think that it's a win for Sweetwater County. So what you have before you is a resolution for Superior to take over all of County Road 87, Upper Superior Road, and also an attached quitclaim deed that kind of goes through that history from the time it was a coal camp all the way through to make sure that they can take over that road.
Thanks, Gene. So just for clarity, that we're talking the entire County Road 87,
Correct.
which starts
Basically,
the end of the town.
basically at the municipal boundary limits. It's actually was an old YDOT project, so it's kind of strange in there, and then goes all the way through 2 sections and then just dead ends. The road still continues like all roads do, or a lot of roads do out there. However, the county maintenance portion of it, that is a dedicated county road, ends there.
Okay. So as of just this morning, received a handful of phone calls with constituents in the area who were speaking in opposition of this. And I don't know if you or your office have had any of that. It was, I mean, minutes before the meeting. And so didn't have a whole lot of time other than we were heading to start the meeting and have these discussions today. So have you heard any?
I have couple concerns on reasonings why this town of Superior would want to take this over. I can't speak to those, don't know the reason why, and that's what I told them. I said, as far as I'm concerned, as the Public Works Director, I think it's a win for Sweetwater County. You know, why Superior wants to take that over. I know the mayor is in presence. Maybe you guys would allow him to come up and speak to that. But it's one of those ones where I look at it very objectively. You know, I take resident concerns, you know, to heart, because we always have to listen to those, because, you know, with our 1,200 miles of road and our 105 miles of Forest Service road, we can't get to every road. So anytime anybody calls, we listen to them. And I just explained to them that I'm in favor of this. However, I don't make the decision. You guys are the Board of County Commissioners, the 5 of you guys, if you don't want to see this road turned over to County Superior, it won't. And then they also have the option to, because the town of Superior has to accept this also. So they also have the right to be able to go to the town council meeting and voice their concerns also.
Appreciate that. Questions or comments on the resolution, commissioners?
What is it, a mile of road or something like that? It says
No.
2 acres, but it's.
No, it's not 2 acres. It's actually longer than that. It's, I think it's almost 2.5 miles,
Oh, okay.
something like that. I can't
Yeah,
remember
okay.
exactly. Sorry. I didn't want to put the exact mileage on here because when you draw when you go back to 1937 and you start trying to do all the stuff and read it, some of it overlaps a little bit like that. So we wanted to make sure that is the entire road as documented. And they take care of everything, because there's actually some wider portions of the road and stuff like that. So we basically just gave all of the town of Superior all the warranty deeds and quitclaim deeds that we received from other people.
Additional comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards?
It's a struggle to receive a bunch of last minute feedback and not be able to have the discussions with the people providing that feedback to really know where that's coming from. I appreciate people reaching out, but I think I received 6 voicemails in the minutes leading up to this meeting, and I really haven't had a chance to review those kinds of things. Received voicemails sitting during our meeting. I would feel more comfortable postponing this for a couple of weeks so I can talk to those people. I don't know if staff has any concern about that. I want to make good decisions, and I can't say that I have enough information right now. I want to be able to talk to my constituents and possibly either understand their concerns or allay their concerns before we move forward. So that's kind of where I'm sitting at.
Any other comments? Mr. Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, I would agree. I think postponement would be a good option. I can see from Gene's perspective why he would think getting rid of any road would be a good thing. And I think that was kind of our take when we talked about this earlier. It is unfortunate that we didn't get this information or these questions earlier, but I do think that we have this option available to us, and it does give us the opportunity to reach out to those people to see what their concerns are so that we can make a more informed decision.
Mr. Chairman, oh,
Mr. Toman.
I'd like to hear from the mayor as to why.
Yeah, he'll come up. Mr. Jones.
That's all I was gonna ask too, whether it's here or if he sends us an email, something. So we know kind of the whats and whys, and I only received one voicemail, so doesn't take long to listen to that one, but be interesting to know why the mayor wants it and some people don't.
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify one statement that Commissioner Slaughter said? I don't want to get rid of any road that doesn't make sense. I think there's a big distinction in that. I don't want to say, hey, that I want to get rid of every road. Roads that don't make sense to the county transportation plan, I'd gladly get rid of, because that's how we concentrate on the other roads that we do have. You know, I can't reiterate enough. We have 1,200 miles of road and another 105.8 miles of Forest Service road. To put that in perspective, and I'm not talking about total traffic miles because I don't want to discount what YDOT does. But if you know where YDOT District 3 starts and ends, it's almost all of Sweetwater County, Uinta, Lincoln, and Teton County. We have more road miles than YDOT does in those 4 counties. So anytime we can look at these and dissect these and do the proper things to, you know, help improve another road, I'm for it. But I also understand that you guys want to look at your constituents and be able to make the correct decisions for them. So I just want to clarify that.
No, I appreciate that. I didn't know that. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
And their staff is a little bit, they have a little bit more staff than we do.
Commissioner Richards.
As I read through the text of the voicemails that I received this morning, it seems like the primary concern people have is the ability and willingness of the town of Superior to actually maintain these roads. And like I said, I have multiple messages from people saying that very same thing. So I would probably feel more comfortable moving forward today if I could hear from the mayor and have him explain that. Are they capable of taking on these roads? I know I would like to see these roads taken off as the Public Works Director explained, but just want to lay that concern.
Mayor Wolf, do you want to come to the podium? Good morning, just barely. It's almost noon.
All right. Hey, good morning. Thank you for hearing me out, Chairman and Commissioners. So as you guys know, small town Superior, small town politics. Superior's going through something right now it ain't looking good. And it's sad to say, and I have a hard time talking about it because it's affecting us bad out there. So our meetings, actually, I have a handout. These are how our meetings went from June 26th clear to November of you guys approving some of this stuff. Nobody comes to our meetings, right? So the people that come to our meetings, the handful, they don't like me one bit. I mean, I have the hate of group come up, and it's hard to run the meetings, but what we're trying to do is get that road. We take, I think, better care of it, to be honest. Now that I've been mayor, I talked to all the residents in the county out there that live out there, that not one county resident has a problem with it. Now, do they want to be incorporated in it? They don't. They want that road, and that's fine with it. If the main question was the maintenance, man, I've went over this quite a few times throughout our meetings. And the last meeting that we had, I think the main question was, the mayor out here volunteers all the time. He blades, he does this, he goes to meetings, he goes to the Capitol. What's going to happen when we get another mayor in here that don't do anything that has in the past for a long time? And they're afraid of it going back to that. Yeah, who is going to maintain it? And I said, I'm not going to stop all my projects that I have for the citizens, for the county, for people to come out and visit our DNO Clark mine, our old North Superior, you know, where everything was bustling. So I think we can maintain it. I maintain it all the time. I maintain all our roads. Yeah, when I get out, I don't know what'll happen. We don't know what'll happen when you guys get out of office. You know what I'm saying? So I cannot stop doing what I'm doing for the community, for our state, for our county. The DNO Clark mine and this road that we're talking about, it goes out to DNO Clark mine. It goes out to Superior Rock. It goes out to Premier Coal Mine that was there. DNO Clark is very special to Superior. It was the biggest mine, biggest coal producer coming out. It was the last coal mine to shut down in 1963, along with our high school. So it's very special to me, and I want to keep history alive out there. And I'd love to put like monuments. I don't know if you've been out to Superior at our Union Hall. We have plaques. And if we can get some plaques just going out on that county road or our road, hopefully one day, and people can just drive up and look at the sign, see what was like out there compared to what the picture was and now. Those were kind of my goals. I sit on the Travel and Tourism Board as well, and I think it just helps out Sweetwater County to get people to come and visit our smaller towns that have been abandoned. Do folks out there, the reason why we live out there, yeah, we want to be left alone in situations. And what my town is struggling with right now, and I'm struggling with enforcing this stuff because it all has to do with enforcing. Nobody wants to have building permits. Nobody wants to have all these permits to have business licenses. We have I think 9 businesses out there that have no business licenses with the town of Superior. Do they have them with the county? Yes, a couple. Do they have them with the state? A couple. But then they're all, one big business and then 4 others under it. We don't get one dime from them people. Do I go into the craft fairs in Rock Springs at the events complex and see my citizens sitting there making money and we don't get a dime out in Superior? Those are the things that I can enforce with our ordinances and stuff. And I try to get to the public and say, hey man, we have to do our own building of our revenues here, because as Cole was here this morning and I watched that, we don't know where this place is going. So I know where my Superior is going if we do not collect some of this stuff, and people out there refuse to. And now that I've lost friends, family, and everything being mayor. So if you really want to know who your friends are and your family, you need to run for mayor out in Superior, because, or in a small town, it takes a beating on us. And so the road, it will get maintained as long as I'm mayor. I can't not say if the next mayor or council is not going to do it. What I'm afraid of is, I want you guys to be aware of is elections coming up this next year. I'm not rerunning. Everybody's all freaked out there. What's going to happen? We have one guy that maybe might run for mayor. What's going to happen if we don't get council? Because I've heard over this past couple of weeks that nobody wants the job that I have. I've had a full board of councilmen for 2 weeks. Before that, I had 2, which were all in this that I gave you, that we had our minutes. We got 2 more council members that I appointed that were interested in our town, they're fairly new to Superior. And one of them dropped out, so now I got 3. It is brutal out there. And so these are where the frustrations come out with the handful that you guys got, the 6. There's the Horse Thief Saloon out there in Superior that handed out the exact same things and have people fill them out and bring them up and drop them in our drop box. They say the exact same thing, the coordinates not wanting it. But not one lives out in the county. They're all Superior residents. So county people are totally on board with the road. They do not want their residents or their horse corrals or that stuff on there. I'm going up the road, 371 was, along that road is meter pits that go along to all 4 or 5 of those residents. We're just going to include the pit. That way they don't have to pay for the pit if something was to happen. Everything's from the pit to their house, they're responsible for. But as far as maintenance, that's kind of what.
So that's part of the concern too, though, Mayor. I mean, you're maintaining it now, right? And if we quit claim deed this back, or not back, but over to the town of Superior. And then there is a struggle from the town to keep up with maintaining it, and does it come back to the county and then we have to, reinvest and or determine if we want to take it back and bring it up to county standards. And so I think that's an important piece that's part of the decision and the discussion. So
So one more
didn't give me
big,
a
one more
fuzzy
big,
there with your
one more,
response.
one more big piece is we have 4 residents out there that can be part of our community. And I believe this is personal with the horse thief. They do not want them 4 people in there to be part of our town, to be part of our community. So I believe those residents are just struggling with what I'm doing. And I believe the majority of the town of Superior enjoy what I'm doing. So any other questions on Stan?
Yeah.
Commissioner Tillman.
Well, I had some friends drove through your town this weekend and they commented how wonderful it was. It was clean, it was neat. They were very impressed.
Awesome.
So I say, I'm impressed with what you're trying to do, but if there's a timeline on it, I don't think we should postpone if it's going to benefit your community.
Yep.
Have you annexed the additional properties to Knezovich? Have you annexed that into your city yet?
We can't annex anything until the road is established.
Oh,
Yep.
well, for that reason, I'd be in favor of approving it.
You guys, those are just my main concerns. I've been mayor for 7 years and it's a struggle, and I want people like your friends to come out and visit Superior, and Clark mine, and it's really hard, true to my heart. So.
Okay. Additional comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
well, I'm just struggling with that comment that you can't annex additional property until the road is transferred, but we have county roads within city limits elsewhere. So what's the roadblock
I
there?
believe it's a 75%, you have to have 75% of your land, adjacent, I believe. And it has to be connected to what we're trying to do. I believe in that 1.5-mile stretch, there's a couple properties that, interfere, I guess, McIntosh Flats and different things where it would, this was coming from my attorney up in Casper.
Is this tempting to avoid flagpoling? Is that what I'm hearing?
Any other questions for Mayor Wolf? We'll move back to the resolution. Or is that your question for Mayor Wolf?
Well, yeah,
I believe there's
just
there's 2 different kinds of annexations, right? Of what I know of what we can do. And so this was just one of them that would move us along, because we were talking about in our meetings, getting this road anyway and annexing and getting those people part of our community. But I don't know what definition or term you just used, but
Mr. Chairman, I guess, is there, just trying to discern, is there an attempt here to annex people that don't want to be annexed, or is this your plan to move past them?
no, if they don't want to. I included everybody if they wanted their properties and stuff, and they said no, the road is fine. If we move forward with the road, they're good with the road. They just didn't want their property annexed. There's 2 other properties out by the Knezovich that they want annexed to, because we're kind of just going through them roles right now of who would want annexed, because we had a couple issues. And so we're just kind of letting people choose if they want to be part of it or not, or a section of their house, or, so we don't interfere with their livestock or whatever may come in the future.
Any additional comments? Okay, thanks, Mayor Wolf. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Gene, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, I apologize. I just pulled up the map just so you guys kind of knew what he was talking about as far as where everybody was at. I don't know if you want to do that or if you guys want to discuss. I'm free for questions or whatever you guys need.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Richards.
Gene, just offhand, how much of this road that's in question is probably in the report, is already within the city limits of Superior, and how much is not within the city limits already?
98% of it's outside the city limits. 98, 99%. We've never went out and actually surveyed exactly where that starts and ends, but it's basically still in the city limits for a little bit, and then you're out in the county.
Additional comments or questions?
Then how can you give it to the city if it's not in the city?
How do we have county roads in the city? I have, geez, 3 miles of county road that's in the city of Rock Springs that I'd love for the city of Rock Springs to take, and there's no chance they'll ever take it.
But this is the opposite case. It's outside of the city.
I don't think it matters to us. I mean, you know, that if somebody wants to take care of a road and we give them the land, then the city owns that land and they own that road that's on top of it. So they would have to take care of it. It doesn't necessarily have to be within them. It would just be an ownership issue. That's how I would see it. I mean, I don't know. That's probably a question for John, but it's an ownership issue. Right now, we own the land, we take care of the road. If they own the land, unless they want to give us an easement to take care of the road, which I don't like. I like owning the land so we don't have to keep going back and forth with different entities. You know, they take care of the road, they take over the land, they take care of the road.
So, Mr. Chairman, basically, we're just giving them the opportunity to accept the road, and then it's up to the city to accept it, the town of Superior. So we aren't forcing them to do anything. We're giving them the option to do it, and they decide for themselves what they want to do. We aren't making the decision.
No, it's you know, in order to have a contract, you have to have offer and acceptance. So we would be putting this out there for them, and I think it's on your guys' agenda tonight, correct? The road is on your guys' agenda tonight or next week? The 10th, sorry, the 10th. So what our hopes were was to get everything, if you guys so choose, the resolution, the quick claim deed over to them, and then they can make the decision. If they decide no, it's done deal. It comes back to us.
Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve it.
We have a motion.
Resolution 2602 EN01?
Two.
02
Okay.
and the associated quick claim deed.
And the associated quick claim deed.
We have a motion by Commissioner Toman to approve Resolution 2602 EN02, County Road 87, the Upper Superior Road, along with the corresponding quitclaim deed as presented. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I'm going to vote yes on this because I think Mayor Wolf's allayed most of my concerns, but I think if people have additional concerns, the right place to bring them up is in the next Superior Town Hall meeting, Town Council meeting.
Additional comments? Going back and forth here, I can see both sides. I do believe it's a town issue that the town, you know, residents should take up with their respective council and mayor. I have some concerns about the future, you know, I guess maintaining of the road, but that's probably not our place to say. You know, I'm a little concerned just because of the last minute, you know, attempts by some of the constituents reaching out and not having enough time to kind of hear what those are. It sounds like there's some other issues going on out there, but I guess ultimately that's the proper step, is to attend the meetings, voice their concerns, and go through that process. We do have a motion and a second on the table. We'll roll call this one, starting with Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
Commissioner Toman.
Aye.
Commissioner West is an aye. Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Slaughter.
Aye.
Resolution 2602 EN02 does pass. It's going to move us right along into item number 10, which is Resolution 2602 EN03 now, which is the streetlights upper camp for Reliance. We'll hand it back to Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you have before you, if you guys know Reliance, the upper camp of Reliance, I was approached by Rocky Mountain Power several months ago. Basically, when they did the water and streetlights up there, They billed all the residents, I believe 1963 individually. They had all the residents sign on to getting billed for the light system out there, streetlights. It continued through for a while and then they turned it over to the sewer board. The sewer board was passing that to the county or the county residents in their bills. Everybody was sharing on them. It came up that those streetlights need to be upgraded and Rocky Mountain Power at this point cannot, I don't know the exact wording of it, but Rocky Mountain Power and the sewer district, they're looking for somebody else to pay for it. The sewer district doesn't want to pass on the residents or they can't pass on the residents. I don't want to get into that. I don't know for sure. But they're looking at, will the county take over payment of those streetlights? Long history. I tried to do my best job to kind of highlight that whole entire history of that. Basically what it amounts to, talking to Rocky Mountain Power is a $3,000 bill to the Sweetwater County, per year for the streetlights out there in Reliance. They will upgrade them, maintain them, and do everything that they currently do. This isn't a precedence, it's a little bit different because as you well know, we do own all the streetlights on Yellowstone Road that we pay for. Those are actually metered because they are our poles that we take care of. These will be on wooden poles and they'll upgrade the lights to LEDs and then they will just charge us monthly for a flat fee for them. If you know, in the city of Rock Springs and the city of Green River and other municipalities, if it's a wooden pole, they have a franchise agreement. They just charge them per pole that they have a light on. This is very similar to this. They do know how much is metered to them, but we don't control the meter. Rocky Mountain Power does. And so what I'm asking is if you guys want to pay for the streetlights in the upper camp of Reliance and sign the agreement that they have. There was one change in the agreement from what you guys received in your packet. Under recitals, section B, it said the street lights are located in the town of Reliance. As you guys know, the town of Reliance isn't a town. And I changed it and I just got their lawyer to agree that it's unincorporated portion of Sweetwater County known as the upper camp of Reliance. So everybody knows what we're talking about. And this also matches the resolution of how it was referenced.
Okay, so just for clarity, Rocky Mountain Power still owns the
They're
poles
going to own and
and-
operate the poles and take care of them. We are just paying for the electricity.
Questions on the resolution, commissioners? Not, I'd entertain a motion to approve resolution 2602 EN03 for the streetlights upper camp in Reliance, along with the Reliance streetlight agreement as amended and proposed, and authorize the chairman to sign.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any further discussion?
Yes, they're going to put in the LED lights. So is that going to cut the bill any?
In theory, it should. LED lights are way more responsive. I don't know what they're paying now, but you know, it'll go up with rates just like anything else does. But LEDs, that's why we did the retrofit in all the buildings.
If it cuts the bill, we won't know because we'll be our first one.
Uh-huh.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, we do have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. It's going to move us to item number 11, which is the certificate of eligibility for the land patent located at the Justice Center complex. I'll throw that one back to you, Gene.
All right. This is one of those interesting things. I've been working on trying to get the land patent for the Justice Center complex for about 6 years. It's finally coming to fruition and they're tidying up all the paperwork. They forgot to send this eligibility for us to say that we're eligible for it. Right now, the Justice Center complex is on BLM land. So there's a plan of development. It's actually an RMPP lease. What this does is allows us to own the land. We don't have to pay the BLM anymore for the land, all that kind of stuff. It doesn't completely open up everything to be able to do whatever we want to on it because they still hold some reservation on that, which is interesting. You know, that we got to pertain by federal laws and all that kind of stuff. However, it does allow us to own the land and we don't have to ask the BLM and I don't have to walk with them one time a year around the Justice Center complex to make sure that everything is up to the BLM standards.
Thanks, Gene. Questions on the land patent, commissioners? Not an entertain a motion to approve the certificate of eligibility for the land patent as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Gene.
Sorry, I thought I was going to catch you up, but we didn't.
It's all right. Important stuff. It's going to bring us to item number 12, which is the Southwest Counseling Service Fiscal Year 27 State Grant Application. And joining us this afternoon now is Interim Director and CFO for Southwest Counseling, Melissa Ray Marchetti. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Good afternoon, Chairman West, Commissioners. I feel like this is a little taller than it was before. Thank you. I'll make this brief. This is just to go ahead and provide some communication and updates to you all as commissioners. Southwest Counseling has gone out to go ahead and apply for our FY27 treatment contract with the Wyoming Department of Health, the Behavioral Health Division specifically. During this time as well, the MOU agreement, the budget agreement that we have between Southwest Counseling Service and Board of County Commissioners, we have done the due diligence. Mr. John DeLeon, Gary McLean, myself, Ben Kiefer, the administrator for the Department of Health, the Wyoming Department of Health Behavioral Health Division, as well as Danny Sullivan, who is the quality assurance individual, all met to discuss the use of these funds and how they can benefit the community and the county as a whole. So we have had those meetings. They were quite successful, I would say, and moving forward with great dialogue. So just wanted to provide you with an update that we'll be submitting this application and would just like to communicate that to you. I'll stand for any questions you may have for me.
Thanks, Melissa. Appreciate that. Questions for the grant application, commissioners? Is there any changes from last year's application that you or wherever can speak to?
There were a few changes, Chairman West, in terms of the questions that they ask in the actual application, expanding on some of the service areas of where we can provide those services. Otherwise, it was pretty static of an application to what it was last year. The funding amount does not change either. What is allowable or allowed to be allocated to our agency is static as well too, unless there's any major changes during this session.
Well, I know in the past there was comments about, the open access and the Monday through Friday from, I can't remember the exact hours, but 10 to 4 or whatever it was. And I saw in the response that, there's individual appointments that can be made or after hours, and so I think that's important. I know there's been some struggles. I know the sheriff's office has kind of led the state in regards to their 24/7, virtual telehealth capabilities when, deputies are out in the field. In your meetings with the Wyoming Department of Health, are you guys, well, that was one of the questions. It says, describe your agency's capacity to respond to emergency detentions and behavioral health crisis. What does that look like moving forward? I mean, do you guys see that kind of improving? I know we've had an issue in the past with availability, and so, some of those agencies feel like, it's either the detention center or the hospital. So can you expand on that at all?
Absolutely, Chairman West. I think that progress has been made. Mr. John DeLeon and I have had many conversations as we progressed along on how to more efficiently address these issues to ensure that that particular gap is filled. The conversation that we did have with the state and those stakeholders was how do we go ahead and utilize the funds that we have to go ahead and support that type of service delivery in our community. So we are working forward with that. There are some additional changes that we're looking at making also to go ahead and help support the law enforcement individuals who are seeing these people. Again, John and I have been in contact. He called me on a Saturday. We try to triage some of these as they come about as well too. So I think just forming that partnership, in addition to the grant that the Rock Springs Police Department, Green River Police Department, and Sheriff's Department received for the iPads from Aval Health has also been integral as well too for that first point of contact. So the individuals may be addressed right there on the scene and be made aware to go ahead and see what are the next steps to move forward with that.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, John.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Richards, so if I could add, the discussion, one of the changes, you asked what changes there were. There wasn't necessarily changes to the application per se, but in our discussions and Mr. McLean was present at that meeting as well. The Department of Health did indicate that one of the differences between this year and last year is that the application wouldn't restrict the use of the funding the same way that it did last year. So filling that gap between being able to address mental health issues from law enforcement and Southwest, there is an ability to address that with the funding that is provided from the state through this particular application. And I think the application itself does, at different points in the application, address the ability to fill that gap. And as Melissa alluded to, we had over, I guess it was 2 weekends ago, we had a specific instance where there was an individual who was detoxing. And so we sort of had I guess, an initial run to try to see how to get everybody connected, meaning law enforcement, the hospital, Southwest, and to try to be able to accomplish getting placement at Southwest, at least have the discussion, and to be able to do that the same way that is done over at the youth home when placements are made at the youth home on the weekend after 5. And so I happened to be on call that weekend. Melissa was headed to an event, but we at least troubleshooted it, and we're working through that process, and those funds are available to figure out. And there's lots of opportunities, I think, for billing opportunities, because it has to be through a voucher system. That's what the new process is for. But so there's lots of billing opportunities there, and it's just a matter of getting the hospital, and this was a detox situation. So that one primarily is getting the continuum of care in place between the hospital and Southwest, versus there's some other situations that I think you're alluding to, which would be connecting up the law enforcement and Southwest. And then the hospital would be the third leg in that particular table, depending on what's appropriate under those circumstances. But I think that's one of the biggest changes in the application. So it wouldn't require an amendment in the future, which was potentially needed in the past.
Okay, very good. Additional comments or questions?
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, do we need to approve this, or is it just more kind of a? I think so, because there's a signature in there, right?
No, it's not for your approval today. This is just for us to go out for RFP. Once the contract is issued to us, that does require then the chairman's signature once the grant application is issued. This just requires our board chair and interim director's signature.
Mr. Chairman, it doesn't have a signature. By statute, the Board of County Commissioners has to approve all programs and purposes that are that Southwest engages in. And so I think that was part of the reason that this particular sort of final global application is brought. It doesn't necessarily mean that you sign it. I think that's a separate issue. And I certainly, I think speaking with Christina, I think her advice was valuable, that I think it's appropriate for Southwest to sign that document, but you certainly can make a motion if you chose to approve it, which would identify that you're approving at one location or another, meeting the statutory requirement of approving their programs and purposes.
Okay. And what were you saying? So this is just moving forward with the application. Once it's approved, then you guys bring it back? Is that what you said, or no?
Correct, Chairman West.
Oh, okay.
Yes, this is the RFP, or the proposal to go ahead and
Sure.
receive the funds. It's the final contract that does require the chairman's signature.
I have a question.
Mr. Tillman.
Do they approve it as you presented, or can they edit it and change it?
Right now, it's in its final form, Commissioner Toman. It's ready to go. There are some attachments that are required to be included along with the application. Those will be added into that. I didn't think you probably wanted to see our certificate of unemployment insurance and all of the other, those checkboxes at the end of the application do outline what those attachments should be.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions or comments? Well, thanks for keeping us in the loop. We appreciate that and for your ongoing works there. And it sounds like some changes are underway that hopefully will be of benefit to the community. So good luck with the application process and we'll stand ready to assist. There was language in there that said the county provided a nominal fee, and I did take note of that, but in the real scheme of things, that's probably a pretty accurate comment. So
Well, I do appreciate all of your support. So thank you very much.
thank you. Appreciate you coming over.
Sure.
It's going to move us to item number 13, which is the 2026 UMR Financial Renewal and Terms Amendment. And joining us is HR Director Gary McLean. Good afternoon, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. Again, part of our administration of our health insurance plan for the county and the participating component units is to have an entity who is capable of processing claims when they're submitted. As you know, we're a self-funded plan with stop loss insurance to limit our exposure under that. So we contract each year with United Healthcare to do a couple things. One, to get access to their group, which are negotiated discounts with doctors. And the second thing is to administrate our contract in terms of how the benefits will be paid. We call that an administrative services agreement, and that's essentially what this is. There really are no significant changes in there, with the exception of there was a fairly notable increase in the interface fees with third-party pharmacy benefit managers, call those PBMs. Just for everybody's edification, a number of years ago, we changed to Smith RX as the pharmacy benefit manager to try to do a better job of getting discounts, increased transparency and pricing of pharmacy. Also some more innovative practices in terms of sourcing specialty medications. That has been very successful at limiting the exposure to pharmaceutical costs under the plan. That interface between UMR and the pharmacy benefit manager, that's the majority of the increase indicated in your letter. In total, the 8.75% increase is consistent with the medical cost of inflation. But the processing fees that UMR calls have been the same. Most of that increase is due to the interface with Smith RX. You know, that's probably mostly in the complexity in the volume of claims relative to the pharmacy stuff. Anyway, the point of it is that's really the only notable change in the agreement. The plan, which we just received yesterday for the year in terms of our financial performance, is probably the best year we've had. I think our loss ratio is only at 84%. That means that the premiums have covered more than the expenses for the year. So that's phenomenal. That would be the third year in a row that we've ended in that position. So that's very positive. Once we get the final information next week, I'll present that to the board. Be that as it may, I'm recommending to the board, after reviewing these changes, that we accept and approve, authorize the chairman to sign approval of the financial renewal and terms agreement with UMR.
Very good. Thank you, Gary. Any questions or comments on the UMR renewal, commissioners? Not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the attached UMR financial renewal and terms amendment and authorize the chairman to sign electronically.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Next item is a break. We are 30 minutes behind. Does anyone need a break? Everyone good?
Good.
We're gonna skip that and move on to item number 15, which is the county-owned property sale. And joining us with that is County Treasurer Mark Cowan. Afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. The county took several pieces of property back several years ago at the tax sale that didn't sell. And the county has been holding those properties and paying the taxes, the property taxes on those properties for those years because they are not properties used for government purposes. So the property taxes need to be paid every year for those. I've tried for the last couple of years to find a realtor to sell those properties to try and get them off the books for us. I finally had a realtor that came back with a proposal. So that is the proposal that you see in front of you. You might see that the proposal has some pretty significant fees for listing those properties. They are not easy properties to sell. And most of the realtors that I spoke to did not have any interest in trying to sell those properties because they are difficult properties. So I'm not going to make any illusion that we might be able to sell these properties, but the realtor does think that we might be able to. And so that is the proposal today, is to try and get those properties off the books.
Thanks, Treasurer Cowan. So unique, and obviously difficulty in getting access. And my understanding is some of them don't have legal access to them. Is that all communicated in the terms of the sale? It was shared yesterday with us. I guess there's a PDF on the land use website specific to the Red Desert Basin in regards to the process to go about, getting legal access and all of, the difficulties with infrastructure out there. And I just want to make sure people are aware that, some of these are out in some pretty remote areas with not a lot of utilities and infrastructure ready to go. So
We will make sure that that is in the listing.
I would just hate for someone to jump on it and then come out here and go, well, that's not what I expected.
Yeah. One of these properties has utilities to it and bear oil. So it's actually a pretty decent piece of property for somebody that's looking for that location. So
Additional comments or questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Tillman.
So they're going to propose to sell it at the price listed.
that is correct.
Is that
Yep.
negotiable though, if they get a buyer that says, okay, I'll buy it for 3,500 instead of 5?
They could negotiate that, in which case we could bring that before the board and the board can make that determination.
Additional comments? Mr. Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, this is something that is kind of near and dear to my heart through the years. As Treasurer Cowan described, any property that doesn't sell on the tax sale, the county is required to purchase that property. When I took over as county treasurer, that was one of my major focuses, and we changed the method of how properties were sold. And through the course of my tenure, we were able to sell all of the properties and didn't have that happen. We had several that were still on the books, and we had issues, whether they potentially were meets and bounds descriptions or things of that nature. So in conversations that I had had previously with county attorneys, they just recommended that we not sell some of those. Treasurer Cowan has been working on that since his tenure began, and I think I've always been of the opinion that we are in the tax collection business, not in the tax payment business. And so if we have an opportunity to sell these, I think if we can get them off of our books rather than paying taxes, that's something that we should certainly do.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
I just wanted to clarify that none of these are people's homes that the government went in and took from them for not paying taxes. This is primarily abandoned properties that we ended up in ownership with.
That is correct. Yes.
Vacant
Sorry.
property, right?
Vacant land in the Red Desert and vacant land in Bear Oil. So
Additional comments or questions? Lost my spot.
We need a motion to approve the sale.
Yeah, so if there's no other comments, I guess it'd be entertain a motion to move forward with the county-owned property sale and the corresponding sales contracts in your packet as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all's in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. It's going to take us to item number 16, which is the county revenue update. I believe Treasurer Cowan passed out a packet this morning. Some of the pages were cut off in the packet itself, so you should have those before you. I hand it back to you, Treasurer Cowan.
Thank you. Thank you for your support on selling those county-owned properties. That'll help us a little bit as well, get some revenue fixed for us. Let's start with the top 10 revenue sources for Sweetwater County. As you can see, our number one revenue source is property taxes, and that includes our mineral ad valorem taxes as well. And so you can see that they're from 25 property taxes, PILT revenue, county sales tax, and interest revenues were pretty high. You can kind of get a feel for what our revenue sources are. Very similar, the same for 26. You'll see that our real property taxes are, we're about 50%, a little under 50% of our collections on real property taxes. Keep in mind, so we're on page 2 now. Keep in mind that property taxes are due in May. And so our second half of property taxes are due in May. So some of those will be coming in the next couple months, but also we are on the monthly mineral tax payments. So those collections are ongoing as well. So this slide 3 here kind of gives you the breakdown of our property taxes. On property taxes, we had $10 million that were budgeted. 5.9 have been paid, so a little over 4 million are still outstanding. And those will be coming in May. On our mineral taxes, we budgeted 14.9 million. We've collected 8 million. And so what's unpaid, we don't know, because they're estimating what their mineral tax payments are going to be. So we don't know what that's truly going to be. And then utility taxes, we budgeted 2.7, we've collected 2.1, there's 5.7 unpaid. So your total budget for revenue was 27 million. And then, so we have 11.49 that's outstanding. 4.5 is unpaid balances from known sources, meaning that we know we're going to get those from our property taxes. And then 6.9 is basically what's needed from mineral tax production. Okay. So let's talk about mineral tax production. This is the chart of mineral tax production since I took office. So it's not a really fun chart to look at. And monthly, you guys kind of see this chart as well. You guys get to see this sheet that I send to you every month, which kind of shows the decline in mineral tax revenues. You can see that in 2023, we had 105 million in mineral tax revenues. 24, that went to 87, and then 25, it went to 80 million. And so you can kind of see that steady decrease in revenues for the county. At the bottom of that sheet, we have budgeted in 2026, 14.9 million. And then total that we've received is 8 million. So there's that 6.9 million that's due. Okay. And in that yellow that's highlighted at the very bottom of that spreadsheet, we've collected 53% of our mineral tax budgeted revenues. And if we collected all of the 25 collections, the same amount as what we collected last year in the first 6 months, that would be 34,624,000, which would be $6,232,000. And so what that would mean is that we would be looking at a $678,000 budget shortfall just off our budget for mineral tax revenues. So if we collected everything that was the exact same, we would be looking at that shortfall. I wanted to show you on this next slide kind of how our budgeted revenues occurred and what we've done as a county to deal with these things. You'll see that the fiscal year 23 actual revenue, you'll see the bottom, it says $28 million. Okay. And that's a really, really low number because you'll see the next year in 2024, the number is $56 million. And the reason that that number is lower is because that was the first year that we moved to monthly mineral tax payments. Okay. And so when people talk about your county revenues have doubled, they have not doubled. Okay. We took a beating in 2023 because we subsidized those mineral tax revenues that weren't being paid. All right. Those mineral tax payments were being held back. And so in 24, you budgeted 56 million, and then you'll see a steady decline in the revenues that you're budgeting for, just like you saw in that chart. So 25, you budgeted 51 million. The revised budget ended up 49 million, and for 26, we're at 45 million. So we've decreased almost $6 million already in budgeted revenue based on the decline of our mineral tax revenues. All right. So it's not really something that we need to be scared about. We budgeted accordingly. We knew that this time was coming, right? And so we've done some stuff to be prepared for this. One of the things that always works for us is we always have carryover. In this last fiscal year, we budgeted a little over $4 million in carryover. It looks like, a little over 4 million. And so those carryover dollars we can use towards that $678,000 budget shortfall that we're going to see possibly from your mineral tax revenues. So it's not like the sky is falling. Just we do have to be aware of this as we budget for the next fiscal year. And again, budgeting for fiscal 27 will likely be decreased based on our experiences that we see here. One of the things that Commissioner Slaughter and I spoke about this morning is he asked me about why, if you go back to that very first page that I gave you, you'll see that the collected revenue is higher than what you budgeted for. And the reason that that collected revenue is higher is because of those deferred taxes that we talked about. So those mineral tax payments that were set aside and not being paid when you budgeted $28 million are being paid back to us on an 8% per year stint. So it's going to take some time for us to get that money back. Some of them prepaid, some of them are paying back faster than they were expected to. But it's kind of like a little piggy bank that we have sitting out there. So this is not in your slides because I just added it. So what we have in that little piggy bank, and this is just the county alone for the core county, not for the schools and everything, but what would come back is expected to come to the county is about 7.9 million. Okay. So we've got about 7.9 million sitting in a little piggy bank that's being paid back to us over time. Okay.
Treasurer Count, I don't mean to interrupt you there.
No,
but
go ahead.
There's an important piece to that, which I think was Senate File 60. Isn't that over, was it a 12 or 13 year, that 8% per year that eventually gets paid back?
Yeah, it's 12 years, 8% per year.
Okay.
So, yep.
7.9 million we have to take 8% of that, or it is 8%?
No, this is the total that is owed to us. Okay. Is 7.9 million over the 12 years. And now keep in mind, we're already a couple of years into that. Okay. And if they sell, there are some guidelines that they have to pay us back immediately. Okay. But yeah, so we can't really, you don't budget for this. The reason that you had more revenue, property tax revenue in that first year on 2025 sheet there was because you can't budget for it. You can budget for the 8%, but you can't budget for somebody paying, an extra million or an extra 2 million off just to get it off of their books. Those are going to happen. Okay. I'm going to jump to just let's see what we need to do to get this. Sorry, I'm trying to get a spreadsheet to show on the screen for you. There it is. Okay.
There it was.
There it was. Oh no. Well, what are we doing here?
Question is, can we make it till the end of the year?
Yes, yes, we're in good shape. Don't worry. Yep, we are in really good shape. I do not know why this is not working. Maybe Sally, if you know some trick. No
I
bueno.
assume that this IT issue relates back to our prior liaison.
Our current liaison, yeah, that would be.
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Richards, yeah, I agree. Your fault, Ivan.
I'll take the blame.
I
Right.
do like that picture, though. I'm not exactly sure what you've got there, but it looks interesting.
Let's see if it stays, because that's what I did last time, so let's try it. Good. Okay. We're in business, you guys. So this sheet right here, and I don't know if it's going to be easy to see or not, but basically what this sheet is this is all of our revenues through our accounting software. So you can see that what in column J, what was budgeted for revenue and what our year-to-date accruals are in revenue. And so most of our revenues are right on track with where they're supposed to be. You can see that County Road actually came in above what they had projected in revenues. And so they're at 121% there. Most of these revenues are not really revenues that we budget, you budget to expend. Let's see. You got Parks and Rec, Fire Marshal, Road and Bridge is off a little bit there, but let me get, and none of these are big numbers. One of the things that I talked to Gary about was, maybe some of the revenues aren't being captured. Like, how do you know what revenues are being missed? And one of the ones he was concerned about was like the county attorney. The county attorney gets funded, I think it's 350,000, from the state for payment. And that is highlighted here. So you can see that they have budgeted $446,000 in revenue. And that is the revenue that comes from the state and some other incremental revenue. So you can see that that's there. It hasn't been paid. The state still owes us the money. Okay. But it's revenue that we know will come in. All right. And so one of the other questions was, does the sheriff have revenues in place for the inmate housing? And yes, those are budgeted. You can see that they're budgeted in here, and you can see the payments on those expenses and those revenues that he projected. Okay, so we are tracking those. And if you have questions about those, my office is happy to I can get those things for you. Of course, all major revenues usually come through the treasurer's office. So here's our information on our property taxes and where we're at in the collections on our property taxes. All of our major revenues are pretty much right on track with where they're supposed to be. You budgeted for your county sales tax, and it's 50%. So we're about right on track with where we would expect to be on those major revenue sources. Our PILT revenue, we budgeted $3 million. Of course, we haven't seen that PILT revenue, but it will come in. And so I don't see any major revenue sources that we aren't hitting on track. We budgeted $1.4 million for interest at the county level. So far, we've got 881,000. We're at 63% of the interest revenues that we budgeted for. So I don't see any major revenue sources that you budgeted significantly for that we're not hitting and that we're not on target, with the exception of our mineral tax payments. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thanks, Treasurer Crown. I appreciate you putting that together, and just for the public purpose, 50% is obviously the projection, more or less right there, because we run on a fiscal year. And so obviously that's July 1st through June 30th. And so we're just a little bit beyond, the halfway point. And, I appreciate you highlighting the fact that, yes, we're going to continue to have struggles and budget constraints, but that we're accounting for those, and we're trying to project as best we can. And obviously it's never going to be perfect, but so far it's pretty close, and we're trying to live within our means. And obviously that makes for difficult, decisions and discussions to be had. But ultimately, you try and plan ahead and plan accordingly, and you can never control exactly what's going to happen, whether that's minerals or legislation or whatever the case is. But it's important to, I think, shift that focus. And it's easy to become negative and to, complain about decreased revenues. It feels like we're always faced with decreased revenues. And when revenues are up, you usually utilize that money to, take care of some of the deferred maintenance and other items that you couldn't, with previous years. So I appreciate that. We're trying to stay active up here and be involved. And, obviously we're still going to debate the issues that we don't agree with, but at the end of the day, we were elected to take care of the county's treasury, and we'll continue to do that. So appreciate you putting the presentation together.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I think really one of the highlights of this presentation should be that you have done a phenomenal job. If you look at the way you have decreased your expenditures following your projected revenues, you guys have done a great job. And I know that we'll continue to do that regardless of what the legislature does. The sky isn't falling. We're making educated decisions based on what we see on the ground. And I appreciate all that you guys do to keep this county moving forward.
Commissioner Jones?
And just a couple of points. I mean, it's been hit on, but I just want to make sure people understand, because Commissioner Tillman asked if we're going to make it to the end of the year, and you said, yeah, we're doing great. We are doing great on reduced numbers, though.
Yeah.
We're not doing great as we're flush with money and we're rolling in it and we don't know what to do with it all. So I want to make that point. But I wish you would go back and talk about the 23 actual versus 24. And I know you said it, but I wish you would go through it one more time, because we had local legislators saying that our revenues doubled, and they obviously do not understand how this works. And I don't know if they do to this day. I'm concerned that they don't. So once again, it goes into the misconception that we somehow are rolling in money because the numbers have doubled.
You're absolutely right, Commissioner. And I don't know how to try and educate those who might be confused any greater, other than to try and present the numbers the way that they are. I think if we look at this slide and we look at the presentation that I gave you, and you look at the real property taxes current and delinquent for fiscal year 2023, and you see a number of $12,995,000. And then you see the next year it's $36 million. You have to equate that something is off, and what is off? The only thing that's off is that there are no mineral taxes included in that revenue. There are none. Okay. Your property taxes did not go from 12 million to 36 million. All right. Your home taxes would have tripled. Okay. So if you did not experience your property taxes at home tripling, then you should be able to make an educated guess as to what happened here. And I think that it is important, as you highlighted, that we understand what has happened here and the gravity of the situation. You're right. We aren't flush with cash. We haven't had banner years and tremendous growth. We have seen decreasing revenues. And when I say we're okay, we're okay because you have done a phenomenal job of budgeting to be okay. With decreased revenues and historic problems that are happening with our industry and with the typical mining and minerals and oil and gas extraction that we have seen that actually affects our community. And so that's when I say we're okay because you've done a phenomenal job.
Mr. Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, I think just for further clarification with respect to that, what took place when the legislature chose to shift to monthly mineral taxation was with that time, we're actually collecting taxes 18 months in arrear from the mineral tax companies. And so they chose for the 18-month period that had been previously paid to use that deferral that the treasurer talked about earlier, and chose to have those taxes paid off at 8% each year for that 12 and a half years that we talked about. So that's the taxes that we're taking in that were left off of this sheet that Commissioner Count, I keep on calling him Commissioner. Maybe
Please no.
foretold or something, I don't know. But Treasurer Cowan had alluded to, because once again, this is just showing simply that at that point in time, there were no mineral taxes that were actually a part of that that was shown.
So the legislature made changes and the legislature questions us. Got it.
Some of them are the same legislators.
Exactly.
Additional comments, commissioners?
Just another quick comment. I really appreciate this, Treasurer Cowan. This is excellent information. I think this is something that we certainly can use, and it comes at an excellent time for us as we're preparing for this year's budget. So very, very good to have this, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards?
Every time one of our local media posts an article about reduced revenues, one of the comments, or many of the comments is quit spending, cut your budget. Well, this is evidence of doing that. Our revenues are down, but we're still tracking with our budget. We have done that. We've been responsive to the reduced revenues and written appropriate budgets over the last 3 years, where most of this group has been here. So I'm pretty proud of what we've been able to accomplish.
Well, I just might add that, Mr. Chairman, is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. The floor is yours.
I don't want to get in trouble. Anyway, 23, we did ask all outside entities to cut their budget by 20%, and they did. So they've already taken pretty hard hits.
Any other comments? Thanks for putting that together. We
Thank you.
appreciate it, and
You bet.
we'll hope the trend continues. Yeah, upwards. Yeah. That's going to bring us to our final item, which is item number 17, the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport update. Devin has asked for 10 minutes of our time. If he holds to that, Commissioner Jones has agreed to graciously buy lunch. So we are at 1 o'clock, and the floor is yours, sir. Thanks for joining us today and hanging in there. I know we're way behind schedule, so we appreciate that.
No worries, Mr. Chairman. I am getting the presentation open here, hopefully. If it doesn't work, it's Mark's fault.
Don't worry, Sally put you at the end, so you can talk for 3 hours if you want.
Where is it?
We just might leave.
We're getting there. I don't know what all of these different things are, but hopefully I'm not messing up this computer. All right. All right, perfect. All right, so I'm going to try to breeze through this really quick. I cut half of it out, I promise you. I initially developed it, and I'm like, I'm at the end of the day. They're not going to want to hear all of this. So you did that on purpose, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure, putting me at the end of the day. I always like to remind the commission and the community, the team that makes everything happen at the airport, specifically our airport team. And a reminder that our seniority, our average longevity for our staff at the airport is 16.1 years. And the numbers behind every name there is the years of service, both as an employee and then as an airport board member. So just a shout out to the whole team there. And it makes my job a lot easier when we have the dedicated staff that we do that comes to work every day. I don't worry about people not showing up on time. I don't worry about people calling out sick. I don't worry about people not doing their jobs, which is a beautiful thing. So huge shout out to our team. Some key highlights from 2025. The big one is Christmas came early for us when we opened up the commercial terminal. It has been over 5 months since we moved into the terminal, which is crazy to think. Feels like it was yesterday, but a little over 5 months ago we moved in, and here next week or so it'll be 5 months since we cut the ribbon on it. Complete our 20-year master plan. Many of you were involved in that process, coming to our public meetings and being engaged in that process, so we appreciate that. We had a zero discrepancy FAA inspection. So every year the FAA comes out, I call it a 3-day colonoscopy because they spend 3 days looking in every crevice, looking at every little detail of our airport, our paperwork, our airfield, even the height of our grass. I tell people, and people are astounded that the height of our grass is regulated at the airport. So we had a zero discrepancy inspection. We have another inspection coming up in May. Happens every year. We had another clean audit. Huge shout out to Shannon. Shannon does a rock star job. Many of you have met Shannon, know Shannon. And without her dedication to our financials day in, day out, we wouldn't be able to do clean audits. And especially in a year where we had so many moving parts with the terminal project, such a large financial impact to our organization. That project was, doing quick math, 15x of our annual operating budget. So that's a big development to tackle on a financial means. New rental car agreements, new fuel supplier agreement, new cell phone tower agreement, which that one I'm really excited about because not only do we get much better cell service at the airport, 5G service up to like 870 megs per second off that tower right now. We also get paid for them to have that tower on the airport. So we're pleased with that. We conducted our triennial full-scale emergency exercise. Excitingly, we closed out all of our litigation. That was at the beginning of 2025, so all the way back in January, over a year ago. We hosted the 48th Annual Air Race Classic, and we were voted the best stop in the country by the racers. That was a fun experience and hope to do that again. We acquired a new to us ARF truck, which you all, I believe, have heard about before. We've also acquired new snow removal equipment for the airfield. We introduced a revamped website and booking platform. You can go to flyrks.com and see that. And then we introduced paid parking in the terminal lot in November. Some key statistics from 2025. It was the second best year for passenger levels. And it was second only to 2012 when we had 2 airlines, 2 destinations, and 80% more seats. So, some have that question why I'm advertising the fact that we have less than what we used to. It speaks volumes that we're coming really close. We're basically 4 butts in a seat per flight off of beating 2012 numbers. And to do that with 80% less seats is pretty phenomenal. We had the best year for fuel sales in airport history, 518,000 gallons of jet fuel and 43,000 gallons of avgas, and that was an exact number. We would never be able to do that again. I even went back and double checked it because I was shocked by it. And then the best year for hangar revenues. For transient hangar revenues, we did $456,000 in revenue off of our FBO hangar, which is crazy to think. Passenger numbers, this is going all the way back to 2000. So you can see what our passenger levels have looked like and how we've recovered from the pandemic. Obviously, 2012 was an ugly year. We rebounded a bit in 21, and then the pilot shortage hit us, and then we've been rebounding ever since. So I could probably in the future do a better job of memorializing what caused some of these dips that occurred, but some of it's pretty self-explanatory. If you look at the 2009 timeframe, that's when we had the banking crisis and the economic collapse in the country. And then if you look at from 2012 down to 2016, that's when the air service was walking away from our community. We also suffered with some leadership challenges at the airport and how the airport was being promoted and ingrained in the community. And then we also had some local downturns as well in the economy. So The big news, the new terminal. We're really excited about this. So just a picture, that is like one day we've had snow this winter, where I took that picture, but beautiful new facility for our community. Opened in August 2025. Final tally on the project was 43,950,000. That's its rounded number to be clear. Doubled the building in size, tripled our capacity by utilizing the space in a better manner. Introduced ADA accessibility from parking lot all the way to aircraft, which we did not have before. And also introduced new utilities for the entire airport, not just the terminal, an airport-wide gas main all the way from the bottom of the hill that will support future growth at the airport, and a new entire low-pressure sanitary sewer system for the whole airport. That was part of the project as well, so unlocking future development opportunities. I believe all of you were there for the grand opening. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your remarks during the grand opening, but huge turnout. Was really pleased to see that, the interest from the community. Folks kind of want to better understand. So as I said, it was a rounded number, $43.95 million. We ended up with 23 different funding sources. When what I mean by a source is a different grant, a different, basically a different agreement. So we had 23 different agreements that funded this project. Which is the most I've ever seen in a project, even at large airports. It is a monumental number. But when you look at the funding breakdown, the FAA funded just under 26.8 million, or just under 61% of the cost. The Wyoming Business Council, through grants, provided 11.38%, and through a loan, 11.38%. YDOT Aeronautics, 3.37. Governor's matching funds for IJA, 2.54 million. You all, $850,000 over the course of multiple fiscal years. City of Rock Springs, $425,000, and then the TSA, $243,802. They rounded out to pay for their office space modifications. So that's the financial layout for the project. The closeout is going to be a nightmare. We have 23 different grants. Well, if you exclude city and county, because there's no closeout process for those, but the other 21 different funding sources have a closeout process. We're trying to get it all done by June 30th, so it stays in this fiscal year, this audit year. We don't want it to spill into the next fiscal year, where then we have to audit the project again. We don't have anything to hide. It's just a monumental task to work with the auditors to go through the project over and over again. Legislative items of interest for us. The budget bill, obviously that's top of mind for a lot of folks. The two components that have an immediate impact on airports in the state, and our airport specifically, is the air service funding request that did make it from the governor's office into the joint appropriations bill. They'll obviously consider their bill on the 5th before it heads to the full legislature next week. $18.4 million of funding. We're hopeful that that continues to make its way through the process. And as you heard on the prior slides, the Business Council has been instrumental to the airport. So the Business Council has made 3 investments, and really, if you count the terminal, they've made multiple investments in the terminal, but 3 different projects they've supported over the years. They started with a water project back in 2013 timeframe, making sure we had water infrastructure to be able to grow the airport. That was $1 million. They contributed $3 million to our FBO, General Aviation Terminal, back in 2017, 2018, and then the $5 million of grants and the $5 million of loans that went into the terminal. But I want to just say one thing here, maybe take a little bit of professional and personal privilege here. I got to sit in a room last week with Commissioner Richards and work with 4 Business Council staff members that were not there to give us money. They were not there to provide a grant or a loan or write a check to a company. They were there to provide local know-how. They were there to build local capacity. They were there to help us navigate a critical problem that impacts our existing industry and impacts our ability to attract growth in our industry and new industry. And it wasn't there, once again, to write a check. They were there to help us navigate a problem and come up with a path to find solutions. And there's not many state agencies out there that work in that manner. And so it's my hope from the airport's perspective, from our community's perspective, and as a resident of the state that the Business Council remains well into the future. It's so much more than the grants. Other bills that we are focused on, Public Records Act modifications, trying to change the deadlines and the penalties for government. It's not about transparency for me. We're all about transparency. What it's about to me is creating unreasonable expectations for local governments, especially small organizations like ours, where if I'm out of the office or Shannon's out of the office, we can't respond to a public records request in 3 days. That's just not going to be a viable outcome. And this bill creates undue stress on local governments that we're trying to combat. We're paying attention to YDOT funding bills. Local government funding bills. We recognize that 37 of our 40 public use airports in the state receive funding from their city and the county. So if your funding as a county or the city's funding is impacted, that obviously impacts airports. So we're paying close attention to that. We work alongside Jeremiah at the County Commissioners Association and Ashley at WAM. Together, we work frequently together to talk about legislation and bills and how they would impact local governments. Governmental liability limits, House Bill 62 would quadruple the maximum liability limits for governments. So we're absolutely opposed to that. It would cause our insurance rates to skyrocket. The Wyoming Homestead Program, you would wonder, why do airports care about that? Well, if we're going to sell state land, there's state land that is adjacent to our airports and our runways. And right here at our airport, we have a state parcel that's right next to the end of one of our runways. If that gets, ideally, it probably wouldn't be sold because of the terrain. But if it were to be sold for residential, that would pose a land use issue for the airport. So we're paying close attention to that. The data privacy bill, Senate File 20, is a bill that came back from last year. That impacts our ability to share data with the Department of Homeland Security, which we're required to do for TSA badging and things like that. So that's something that we're watching, and there's going to be hundreds more. So we'll keep our eyes on it, but we're actively working the issues. Some quick air service updates. I imagine you as commissioners have talked to your Campbell County counterparts and heard about their air service going at risk, and they no longer have to write a check for air service. And if you haven't, I imagine you will as you all gather in Cheyenne over the next couple weeks. And so I wanted to talk about that briefly. So starting earlier in January, Gillette left the capacity purchase agreement program because United Airlines chose to take that market at risk, meaning they said there's enough market, there's enough revenue here. We're going to take this market on, and we don't need any kind of risk mitigation to do so. This is a goal for all of us. That's what we're trying to achieve at all of our airports and right here in Sweetwater County. However, the path is not linear, but it does include some of the following items. That's more butts and seats. We need more passengers. We need higher revenue per passenger, and that equates to higher revenue per flight segment. So the more money that a passenger pays for a seat, generally that means that flight is going to have a better chance of profitability. We need better brand loyalty and premium seat buy in our market. So things like the co-branded credit cards, frequent flyers, seat upgrades, and then corporate accounts. So if there's any local businesses that do a lot of flying, encourage them to get a corporate account with United. These are all things that we heard directly from United of why they chose Gillette. And then the proof is in the numbers. 2025 total passengers, you see that we were about 8,000 passengers less total. This is inbound and outbound passengers. So 8,000 less passengers and about a $30 per passenger lower fare than Gillette. So those are the numbers that we sit there and look at and recognize the airline is looking at that too. So what we need to do is we need to see more butts and seats. And when you have more butts and seats, it's a supply and demand market, which means you have a diminishing supply. And then that causes fares to go up gradually, which then increases your average fare. So once we accomplish those things and get off of the current model and get to an at-risk market, then we have the opportunity for improved aircraft, dual-class configuration aircraft, which Gillette is getting starting later this spring, and additional flights. They're going to a third daily flight later this spring. So all of those things are in our future. Gillette is the proof of concept that this works. We just need to use our airport. We have enough passengers. 74% of the people that fly in our community choose to drive down the highway to Salt Lake City. So if we could turn that number around a little bit and get to, say, 60% that go to Salt Lake or 50% that go to Salt Lake, these numbers are very, very achievable. So, all right, I was asked to highlight some United SkyWest Airlines items, and I'll blow through these as quick as I can here. I know I'm tight on time. I apologize. NPS scores. So does everybody up here know what a Net Promoter Score is? You've heard about it. So it's a customer service satisfaction score. It's used to measure customer loyalty. It predicts business growth, how likely you are to recommend a company. And it's a 0 to 10 scale. Basically, promoters are 9 to 10, passives are 7 to 8, and detractors are 0 to 6. So if you score on a survey when you fly and you score something a 6 or below, then you're likely to be a detractor talking against something. And then the final score is calculated as a percentage of promoters minus the percentage of detractors, resulting in a range of -100 to 100. I read that. I didn't have that memorized, I promise you. But the score ranges from -100 to 100. Anything above a 0 is good. Anything above a 40 is exceptional. And so when you look at the NPS scores, before the new terminal, we had 45s, which was already good. That speaks to the customer service that folks were receiving. And then in the new terminal, since we moved in, 54.3. And if you look at just the fourth quarter, 61.5 for our airport. Airport satisfaction scores. We went from 84.9% pre-terminal to 92.9% since we moved into the terminal. And I want to give a shout out to our SkyWest team at the airport. They were ranked the best or the lowest mishandled bag rate in the country for all SkyWest stations. And not just SkyWest stations, they were also ranked the best for all regional airline stations. So all the different regional carriers that United Airlines operates with, not only did they beat every station for SkyWest, but they beat every station for all the regional carriers. So that's Tanya and Michaela, our manager and supervisor at the airport, and just a huge shout out to that team. And then I hear it all the time, and you guys probably do too. We can't get reliable flights out of our local airport. Well, the data says otherwise. So in 2025, we had a 99.11% completion rate. The national average is 98.54%. In 2025, our on-time performance, this means arriving at your destination within 14 minutes of its scheduled arrival, we were at 76.61%. The national average was 76.49%. So we beat national averages on both key metrics there. So when somebody says that we don't have reliable air service, I point to this data. Of course, facts don't seem to matter in today's world, but I'll continue to point to the data and hope that someday people will pay attention and respect facts again. Paid parking. So some of the questions are, why did we go to paid parking? Right off the bat, 39% of the vehicles in our parking lot are out of county license plates. So they are not County 4 license plates, and a lot of them are even out of state license plates. So what was happening is we were losing out on a potential revenue source and then coming to the city and the county and asking you all to fund the airport using County 4 tax dollars instead of having the people that use the airport pay for the airport. Also, the original parking lot was paid for with FAA money, and we had 20-year period after it was paid for with FAA money that we could not charge for parking. Those obligations expired when we reconstructed the parking lot this past year. And parking is the largest source of revenue for every airport in the country that does charge for parking. It is the single largest source. So the airport board asked me to look into it, did a study, found that 40% of airports with 20 to 30,000 annual employments, which we fit into that roadmap, charge for parking with an average rate of $8.75. Our current daily rate is $6 with a first 4 hours are free. And then over the next couple of weeks, you'll be seeing news come out about the parking lot where we'll be rolling out an express pay program where folks can create an account and drive in and drive out with their license plate as their credential. And also an annual membership program to support our local businesses in the industry and the frequent flyers as well. I'm hurrying. I'm almost done, I promise. Just looking ahead, our 26, 27, and 28 projects, we have two pieces of equipment that are out to bid right now, a new wheel loader for snow removal and a new liquid airfield de-ice sprayer. We do not have one currently, but we've seen a higher incidence of icing at the airport on the runways. So we have to be able to combat the icing. We cannot use rock salt or roadway salt. We have to use FAA-approved chemicals, and we need to be able to spray it appropriately. We will be doing design and construction of hangars and taxi lanes using our remaining IDGA dollars. We will be rehabilitating runway 321 in 2028. We'll design that in 27. That'll be included in this year's budget request. And then GA apron expansion if we're awarded funding through earmarks. The percentage numbers you see behind the project, that's the grant coverage. So those projects are covered anywhere from 75 to 97.5% with grant funds. And those grants are programmed. It's just a matter of getting to the proper fiscal year and turning in the paperwork, and then the grants will be issued, assuming Congress does their job and appropriates the funds. Some things that'll be coming to you this year. There will be one more round of apportionment transfers from the terminal project. So if you recall, we borrowed money, if you will, from Laramie and Sheridan. It was an administrative borrow. There was no exchange of money between the communities. It was just a straight administrative borrow at the FAA level. Our last round of payback will be just over $1 million to Laramie Regional Airport and $245,000 to Sheridan County Airport. Today, Congress approved the appropriations bill, so I'd imagine within the next 6 to 8 weeks, I'll be back before you with those apportionment transfers to send the money back to those airports. SkyWest Airlines agreement amendment. I'm hoping this isn't going to be necessary, but if it is, I'll work with John DeLeon on this, and we will make sure it's in front of you in a timely manner. And then our airport budget request. We're deep into budget preparation for next year. The city of Rock Springs requires us to turn in our budget about a month before you all do. So we're actively working on that budget, and we're working to find a path to another reduction as we have in past years. We're facing some headwinds. We have the new terminal debt service that you all knew was going to be coming. It's $194,000 a year. And then a lack of a robust carryover that we've benefited from over the last couple years. So we're keeping an eye on that. And a key component of our efforts to reduce our dependency on you all is a airline lease and operating agreement that is being negotiated as we speak. So that'll play a significant role into the revenues that'll come in to help cover the costs of the terminal and the terminal debt service and so forth. So, and then the last slide I have for you is why we do it. $59.3 million in annual economic activity supported by your airport, supporting over 336 jobs, generating $15.3 million in annual payroll. Every dollar invested in air service results in a direct ROI of $7.60. And this last year, we supported 87 aerial firefighting missions on 27 fires and 474 air ambulance flights out of our airport. So just some last data points of why we think it's important to continue to invest in the airport. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I ran a little long and I'm sorry. I tried to be very, very quick.
It's okay. We remember. But now you can't come to lunch. No, I appreciate the presentation. That's for the last few years, it feels like it's always, the terminal and the ongoing struggles with that. So I'm sure, we can all speak to it, but certainly that it's nice to be beyond that, although you obviously have the ongoing, contracts and 21 agreements that you have to deal through, but a tremendous improvement for the community. So appreciate your vision with that. And sounds like things are heading in the right direction. So hopefully we can get back to, I think you said it was the 2012 numbers and beyond. So that's great. It's good to see.
Yep, absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Comments, questions, commissioners? Commissioner Jones?
Just a compliment. It's a wonderful facility to fly in and out of. My wife and I have, so quite the change. So well done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, Devin, can't echo Commissioner Jones' sentiments more. We just flew in last week and out, and it's nice to walk in and out of a jet bridge. When you have items that have been checked, you're doing it in where it's warm rather than waiting out in the cold. When you walk in, it's a first-class experience, and we really appreciate it. Done a great job. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards?
A few months ago, Devin, I asked you if we had to rebuild this airport, what would it cost? And I think it's a kind of an important number because it says what kind of an asset this community has. What was your answer there?
Yeah, not counting permitting and all that nonsense that going into it, just construction cost. Our estimate is somewhere between 800 million and $1 billion to build that airport somewhere else in our community. It could be a $1 billion investment to make it happen. So that doesn't show on a balance sheet because obviously assets depreciate. But to build new runways, terminals, taxiways, aprons, all the infrastructure that's been invested out there since 1942. Yeah, $1 billion, upwards of $1 billion.
And that doesn't even take into consideration how well built our runways are. And there's no way that the FAA would ever replace them with like quality runways.
Yeah, we have the strongest runway, strongest published runway in the United States of America. And the FAA would not allow us to rebuild the runway at that strength. They would not allow us to rebuild it at the length or the width it is today. So it's an asset that as long as we continue to maintain it, we are positioned to have long-term success. And you'll see that hopefully you all will still be here. Here about 5 years from now, we'll be undertaking a significant project to do a rehab on that runway. But that's what we got to do to maintain that asset.
Additional comments? Well, thanks for hanging in there. We're only about an hour behind schedule, so.
It wasn't because of me for the most part.
No, we won't put that on you.
I want that for the record if we can. You know, I'm used to getting blamed for it, so.
Busy day, but no, we certainly appreciate it and we'll continue to support you where we can. So good luck over the course of the year, and I guess we'll keep the communication lines open, so.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate all the kudos coming my way. It's obviously our board, our team, and I got to throw it right back at you guys and the city council. When I showed up to you guys, to your doorstep, I think it was May of 2024, and with about 5 days notice said, I need you to commit to as much as $22 million to make this project happen. I'm going to go fight like hell to get the money, but I need you to backstop it while I go do that. And you all did that. And what I still today don't fully understand how you all said yes unanimously and the city council said yes unanimously, but you did. I appreciate the vote of confidence in myself, our team, our board. We would not have finished this project if it wasn't for that single vote that occurred that day. I heard that from every funding partner. Because your county backed you, we can back you. And if it hadn't been for your ability to do that, and quite honestly, your financial wherewithal to be able to do that, I know it would have hurt. Then we would not be standing here today having a favorable conversation. So thank you all for your support and thank you for your leadership there.
Very good. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, with no further business, I failed you today. We'll make up for it at the next one. This meeting's